There we go.
All right, we're recording.
All right. Last week, you started the adventure in Gundebarg with a drooling Max, having recently slain a worm that I forget what it's called. You went looking for Granny Saltwood, who apparently went into hiding due to the events around Gundebarg. You found her hiding out in her cave. She was kind enough to make you a potion to cure Max once you ran down some illicit diamonds that you found out that the king was gathering up all the diamonds on the island. After that, you poked around in the city a little bit, decided you didn't want to mess with that, and went to the previous cave where you were speculating that the Ithilids were hiding. Found a couple of them, killed their thralls. The two that you did find escaped. You decided to go deeper into the mountains to try to find presumably their headquarters or center of operations. Didn't really get much accomplished in that regard. You kind of futzed around the mountains a little bit, fought off insanity before teleporting to Baldur's Gate. You took a brief respite there, boarded the Ocean Splendor, and sailed to Mintarn. Once you arrived in Mintarn, for a city that's supposed to be a bustling harbor, there was surprisingly little economic activity. And that is where we left off. You guys sailing into the harbor of Mintarn.
The question is, did we really cure Max, or did we just curse him with the burden of higher thinking skills?
I guess that depends on how much you trust Granny Saltwood.
Oh, thanks.
We'll come across what happened later.
I guess we'll find out soon enough.
You gotta make these longer so it goes throughout the entire track.
I know, right?
Is it just me, or is the track longer today for some reason?
Nope, it's rounding up. I think the track is about 3 minutes long.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm all out of jokes.
I recall.
There we go.
The track is 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I was right.
Perfect.
All right. So let me get us to here. Ugh. So we have arrived at Mintarn. The other thing that you notice as the ship slowly sails into Mintarn's harbor is relatively close to the city is a large volcano that is spitting out black smoke. And when the wind catches the right way, it makes the town smell a lot like sulfur.
Interesting.
Question, Brian.
Mm.
Where is our other ship?
Here, they're both here, actually. When you guys sail in, you would see that the ship is here. So both your ships are here.
Why is the other ship here?
Because you told it to do cargo runs, and this is one of the places it's been doing them to.
Oh, okay. Neat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and let me do this.
Well, Balazar, upon arriving, will turn to Raylan and say,
"You're looking for some devil here, yes? But do you have any idea where to find it?"
Nope. But it's here. I can smell it.
Are you sure you're not just smelling the volcano?
You know, they're remarkably similar.
What are the odds that we would find the devil in the volcano?
Maybe we'll find the devil in the volcano next to the dragon. Really just solve all our problems in one place.
Did our dragon friend tell us the color of the dragon?
I believe
Yes,
it's
he said
red.
he did tell you it was a red dragon.
That seems likely then.
It is a water devil though, so
Ah,
at least water based. So perhaps not in the volcano, unless there's water in the volcano.
yes. You have to be
What
more
can
careful
you be
with
telling
those.
us?
Go ahead.
You have to be more careful with those oil-based devils.
Hmm.
What can you be telling us about this devil?
That's it.
Nothing more specific.
That's all I know.
Insight check.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
All I know is that there's a devil here, and he wants the water.
16. Not the plus 10.
Yep, that's all I know.
Why are you seeking it?
I want to talk to it.
Insight check. That's a 12. That's not great.
What do you want to ask it?
I want to ask how it got here.
What else are you wanting to know?
That's it.
Insight check.
4!
22 with advantage.
Yeah, that's it.
Why do you have advantage?
Because I said so.
I don't care. I'll give you advantage. I'm not the DM.
He's got none died.
Yeah, real. I mean, this is the most honest Raylan's ever been with you.
Freaking me out.
If we find it, then perhaps you can find that out, yes.
Yes,
Could it be masquerading as a human?
I don't know, maybe. Depends on what kind of devil it is. If it's one of the, if it's a more powerful devil, certainly, but the more powerful devils seem to prefer to stay in hell, because that's where, they get all their influence from.
I will be trusting your word on this. I am not well versed.
Don't worry, Belly, I am.
I know.
I
Do
just
not call me Bally.
I thought I'd try it out. It felt wrong.
It was wrong.
Yeah, don't you know, Raylan? I'm the only one who can call him Bally.
That is true.
Balazar sighs heavily.
I just look at Balazar and give him a little smirk. Like, I know that's not true.
I believe I got away with it once without being chastised.
Yeah, the trick is to do it when he's distracted.
Yes.
So as you guys are wrapping up this conversation, the captain successfully docks the ship.
Well, what do we look for first? Red Dragon? Devil. My boat would be Red Dragon. I feel like it's probably going to be a little easier to find. They're a lot less conspicuous.
Very well.
Perhaps some of the townsfolk know of the dragon.
I don't know how they wouldn't.
Oops. Well, where are you guys going?
Tavern.
When in doubt.
When in doubt. Tavern out.
One second. Got to archive all of my Gundebarg locations that I had ready and available that you never went to.
Whoops.
You know, on second thought, I don't think Mintarn's the place to be, but let's go back to Gundebarg.
Let's go back to those
Gunderloon.
tunnels.
Maybe we
Go on.
should have at Gunderloon done some more at the surface before going into the tunnels so early, huh?
We got tunnel vision.
Probably.
Wow.
We also didn't know that the tunnel was going to take us that far.
But we also thought we'd be able to come out of the tunnel.
That's fair. That's all fair.
So the four of you, Flotsam and Jetsam, are they coming?
Yeah,
Are
why
they
not?
with
I don't
us?
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're on one of these ships.
Oh yeah, I guess we did just ditch them in wherever.
I think they were on the Mermaid's Bane.
I don't care if they come.
I'm
We'll
not
say
going to
they
make
saw
any
you guys
effort to
coming.
bring
They're
them
waiting for you at
along.
the end of the dock, having come from the Mermaid's Bane.
I'm not going to make any effort to bring them along, but
But if they come, they come.
yeah.
So as you guys go up the dock toward the town, there's like a half dozen or so beggars that are at the end of the dock that see you guys coming, and they're holding out their cups and
You.
little orphan Timmy is out there with his little cup. Um, anything you can spare, anything you can spare.
Don't
they
look
say,
at them.
but-
Don't look at them. If you look at them, you have to pay them.
Can I make
And,
an insight check to see how desperate little orphan Timmy seems?
Sure.
Let's see.
Leodel, don't look at them.
I am looking directly at little orphan Timmy.
Don't make eye contact.
Let's see. Gosh darn it. Won't load. Why is it all so slow? Alright, there we go. Insight.
These people look very poor and undernourished.
How many are there?
There's a half a dozen or so waiting at the docks. At the end of the docks, I should say.
I'll give them each 5 silver.
Wow. You just you made their day. They all scamper off, and you see them starting to tell beggars around the town, and you see them more starting to come over to you guys.
Oh, good.
Oh my god, you made eye contact. Oh god, it's happening.
As you guys walk up, Jetsam goes, "Man, this place is such a shithole."
Yes.
And as you guys start to walk into town looking for a tavern, as the what's the word I'm looking for? The swarm of beggars appears to be gathering.
The pores. The pores.
Swarm of beggars.
Okay, how many is in the swarm?
Basically, any of them that were kind of off to the side within range that they're heard and saw you give up money, now they're starting to come over to you guys and
We get like a
big size
ballpark
numbers.
figure.
Yeah. That's what I want to know. Is how many are we talking here?
They kind of trickle over in pairs and trios, but eventually there's going to be something like 15 to 20 over there with you guys.
I want to start asking them if any of them have heard of this dragon. Or no,
Ray will
know
take
this
out
dragon.
5 gold and say that it goes to anyone who can give her good information about the dragon.
They all tell you the dragon's name is Hundarth and he lives in the volcano, and they all hold out their hand for 5 gold.
Raylan throws the 5 gold on the ground and runs.
Okay, you have beggar fighting over there.
Well, that was easy.
As you're starting to walk away, you see a a man and a little gnome following him who has like a little book out, kind of like scuffling around behind this man, and he walks up to him and goes, "Oh, friends, welcome, welcome. You look like you have money to spend. We don't get many of those in Mintarn. My name is Hamir. This is my assistant Bosco. And if you need anything here in Mintarn, I just want you to know that I'm the man to speak with. I can get you anything you want for a price, of course."
We need to talk to the dragon.
Oh. Why? Are you
wanna-
sure you want to talk to the dragon?
We need to talk to the dragon.
Is there
As
a
well,
reason we shouldn't be talking to the dragon?
Well, he looks around and he leans in. The dragon's really, really evil.
Aren't they all? Well,
Well, I
chromatic
mean, I've
ones,
only had
anyway.
experience with the one, and so far in my experience, yes, they all are.
That's fair.
Can I do an inside check to see if these guys are devils?
Sure.
I'll do the same.
I don't think he's a devil. I'm not gonna-
I think everyone's a devil since we're here to look
Even
for a
worse,
devil.
he's a swindler.
I mean, he doesn't seem devilish. Says, but no, seriously, he came a few months ago and he made himself at home and he drops by ever so often. I believe he's been down here 3 times and he threatens to burn the city to the ground unless we pay him a certain amount of gold. And now there's just nothing left.
Ah, so that's
No
why
one-
everyone is so down on their luck.
That's a great way to put it.
Hmm.
The one time we weren't able to get as much as he wanted, he destroyed every ship in the harbor.
Would you be so kind as to provide me with your insight on his size, general size?
Well, I haven't measured him, but he is really, really big. And as you guys are you're chatting, you feel a small earthquake shake the town.
Is that normal?
Ever since that thing made its lair here, we get the occasional tremor, yes.
Has anyone been anywhere close to its lair that you know of?
I don't believe that anybody has had any interest in going close to its lair, to be honest.
That's fair. I'm gonna look around to everyone else.
But you all look like experienced adventurers with good armor and weapons. You could just go get rid of it, yeah? I mean, that would be great. I don't know. I mean, it would be terrible if he killed you all, but I mean, occupational hazard, yes?
This guy's putting off some weird vibes.
Yeah,
He reminds me of Giles.
this is true.
It's reminding me of that vampire
Right.
a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, I'm getting yeah.
Totally
I'm
did not
getting
intend for him to come off
vibes.
like that.
Yes, you're gonna go destroy the dragon, of course. But before you do that,
Where's your Vlad the Impaler Hall? I actually have this hall of photos of people who've tried to fight the dragon. The last one ends up as a beggar's child.
oh my god. What time of day is it?
Midday.
Okay.
Midday.
Midday.
Bidet.
Oh, day.
So I have an important question for you, Brian.
All right. I'm ready.
Balazar probably knows a pretty decent bit about dragons
Probably.
and dragon's breath
Sure.
and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Would you consider dragon's breath to be a magical thing?
For what? I mean, I think dragons are kind of magical by nature, but I don't
Would it
think
be
I would
a
consider
magical attack?
I don't think
I'm
so.
consulting Jeremy Crawford.
I off the top of my head, I would say no.
Okay.
To me, it's just something they do. Like, we can spit; they can spit fire
Yeah,
or acid, or
they're very good rappers. They're just spitting
Right.
fire.
that's right.
See what you did there.
The answer is no.
No, I was right. Excellent.
Jeremy Crawford says no, otherwise an anti-magic field would stop it.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Well
Good
then,
to know.
if anyone, I'm gonna start marching towards the volcano. How about you guys?
Leah's like, oh, all right, well, good to know. All right, guys, let's do it.
All right, thank you.
How big and old is this dragon?
Did Mother Claw give you guys that information, or did she just say red dragon?
She just said.
I think she actually did, because she told us like might not have said like ancient or something, but she said old or young on some of the other ones, like the black.
I think she
one.
might have said it was an adult.
I don't think she specified other than it was fully grown.
So it's not a young dragon.
Raylan will go ask the swindler.
What is his age category?
How old's this dragon? How long's he been around here?
Well, he's only been here a few months. I have no idea how old he is. I never asked.
How big is he?
He already said really, really big.
He said really, really big.
You
Would you
never
qualify-
asked, have
Would
you
you qualify
spoken
him
with
as
this dragon?
large or gargantuan or huge?
Well, no, you could. I mean, you guys could.
If you were
know,
going to make a grid of squares, how many squares would it take up?
Each square was 5 feet.
So you guys could basically ask him like, "Hey, compared to this building right here, how big is he?" And based off of proportions, you would gather that he is a gargantuan dragon.
Oh, fuck.
You say you've not asked how old he is. Have you spoken to it?
Good no.
Has anyone?
Well, the leader of the town has, as she's tried to gather the tribute to keep Hundarth from burning the town to the ground.
I just want to say, Undarth is a great dragon's name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How much tribute has the dragon asked for?
All of it.
What's the name of your leader?
Well, the leader of the town is Tyrant Bloeth Umberhan. Umberhan. I'll print it out here for you. Hold on.
Tyrant?
Some of these names, you know.
Why is she
We need to go
referred
talk
to
to
as a
them.
tyrant?
Well, that's her title, like mayor or general.
Oh,
How many
God.
devils live
Is
here?
this place just super evil? Did we just walk into like a communist regime? Did we not know it?
Oops, I accidentally sailed into Russia. My
What's the
bad.
building over there? Oh, that's the re-education camp.
Right?
The population here, how much of the population do you think is devils? Demons? Elves? Dwarves?
Good save, good save.
Um, that's a very weird question.
It's like
That's
Family
oddly
Feud going, good answer, when you know,
You know
the
what,
person said something stupid as shit.
I didn't look at the demographics in the last census. I have no idea.
You say your leader is called a tyrant. Is this reflective of the governance style of this island?
Well, she's in charge, so I guess. I don't know. Really, she was very good at her job, prosperous, and everybody was making money, and there was plenty to go around until Hundarth showed up a few months ago.
What the fuck is going on?
Would you say that she is ruling with an iron fist?
I guess so. And I said she's what she says goes, so sure.
All of your answers are very non-committal.
They're very weird questions. Who asks what percentage of the town is devils?
Your town is
did not
ruled by a
ask this.
dragon and a tyrant mayor. How are we the weird ones here?
I did not ask this.
I'm going to
question
go
about
back to
dragons.
my store. I'm good. Good luck with your adventuring then. Come on, Bosco. These people are weird.
We're not weird. You're weird.
Have a nice day.
I had begun to think people would stop reacting to me this way. Oh well.
It was Raylan, not you, Balasa.
How are we the weird ones?
You asked
They're
weird
we-
questions.
We're not weird. They're weird.
I imagine Raylan saying this to herself out loud.
No, she is.
Yeah. I'm not crazy, you're crazy.
All right. Well, Hamir and Bosco have left you, and the beggars are all waving at you guys from the sides of the road.
So,
Let's go talk to the tyrant.
there's a lot of beggars, right? Like a whole lot.
I would say more. I mean, beggars are around in any city if you go to the right area, especially
Sure.
by the docks. This is definitely highest percentage of that you guys have seen, even in some of the bigger cities that you are.
More than 30 or less than 30?
Percentage?
No,
I don't know.
number
It's a
of
random
people.
question. On the docks, probably total more.
30% of the entire population being beggars would be insane.
Right. That's why when you said but the raw numbers by the docks, there would be more than 30.
Okay, so
This is on
relative
them,
to the
honestly.
relative to the rest of the people,
Oh, I mean, if it's an ancient dragon.
They have boats. I would just leave.
Oh, well.
relative to the rest of the people that we can see, does it look like there's significant income disparity here?
Where
There's
they
actually not a lot of
doesn't
foot
matter.
traffic. There's not a lot of foot traffic on the street. And as you guys make your way through the town, you do notice there are definitely some buildings that appear abandoned and shuttered up. So it's a little bit hard to gauge that just because there's not a lot of people out and about.
But there's abandoned buildings that appear to be shuttered up and appear to be fine, other than they're abandoned and shuttered up.
That's what it appears like as you walk by, yes.
And
The real villain was landlords all along.
they could hypothetically be used for housing for beggars and homeless people,
In theory.
but they're not. Okay.
They appear to not be, as you guys really haven't
I'm
investigated.
I'm getting a finger on the pulse of what's going on.
Yeah.
Here. Okay.
Yeah. So you get the impression that the town is not as full as it used to be, and there's not a lot of discretionary income to be had. There's a high rate of people with it appears nothing, and even when you guys do find one of the couple taverns in town, it's just not very busy. The proprietor is very friendly and happy to see you when you guys come in. So that's kind of the vibe you're getting off of old Mintarn here.
I
How late
think
in the day is
I think we want to talk to this tyrant.
But how late in the day is it?
Midday. You guys arrived midday.
Okay. Yeah. Then probably we'd go to the tyrant before the tavern.
Okay. Doesn't take much to guide you in the right direction. And they send you to it's basically like a small tower in the center of the city. It's kind of
Is it like a mage's tower?
no more like a square tower you'd see as part of a keep, but
An
it's
office
kind of a standalone keep tower, if that makes sense. And there's some guards patrolling the top, and a couple guards at the front door. So they would ask you your business.
We'd like to talk to the tyrant about the dragon.
Hold here. And one of them goes inside. A few minutes later, he comes back, opens the door, shows you guys past the kind of entry area into the back, and into a fairly well-appointed office with a large, mahogany desk. And sitting behind the desk is a human woman who introduces herself as Tyrant Bloweth. It's a terrible name. Her parents really must have hated her.
A pleasure to meet you. I'm Rayla, and these are my traveling companions. We're new in town and had some questions about the current status of the dragon tribute situation.
Okay.
If you could just run us through the specifics on how that happened and what we can expect, that'd be great.
A huge dragon showed up a few months ago and demanded tribute. And when we asked how much, he said all of it. So most people gave all that they could or had. I'm sure some hid some away. He came back a few weeks later and did the same, and we gave him as much as we could, which wasn't as much as the first time. He came back a few weeks after that. We didn't have enough, and so he burned every ship in the harbor to the ground, or into the water, as it were. And he's been back once since. There's really nothing left to give him, I don't think. So
Why
I'm
didn't
not.
Why didn't you just leave when you had the boats?
Well, many people did leave, but not. I think most, if not all, of the people remaining don't have the means to leave. We don't get a lot of traffic here anymore in the way of merchants. There's not any money to be made here because we don't have any. So ships just don't come in here anymore. People can't afford passage.
And how did the name Tyrant come about?
It's a hereditary title. My grandfather was also tyrant.
Huh. All right. Well. I guess that's it. I think we're gonna try to get the dragon to stop that.
That would be wonderful. You would be
Question mark.
heroes. I'll build you a statue.
Look over at Leodel.
Statue sounds
Oh,
nice.
sorry. Are there any devils here?
That's a very oddly specific question. Why would you think that?
I've heard there's a devil here. I need to talk to it.
Well, there's rumors of I don't know if it's a devil, but some kind of creature that lives in the water to the south. Maybe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's probably it. Where can I? How do I get a hold of that?
If it's who you're looking for, they reside in some ruins on the ocean floor, about a day's sail to the south.
Balzar, you got water breathing?
Always.
All right, we'll deal with that after the dragon. Thank you. And, I leave.
Always.
All right.
It is that kind of campaign, though, really.
I've told Brian, unless I tell him specifically otherwise, I cast that at the end of the day, every day, as a ritual.
So you can breathe in water right now, in fact.
Yeah.
Cool. What level are we? Can we kill a dragon?
Level 9.
I like that you're asking this question now.
Well, I mean, it really depends, because if it's a young dragon, like, yeah, we'll stomp the shit out of it. It will not even be a challenge. But if it's like an ancient dragon,
If there's like a
Then
cloth
that would
rat
be-
situation.
That would be an extremely deadly encounter.
yeah.
What Jay is saying is no, probably not. That's what he's saying.
I actually need to know if this is a Lost Mines of Fandover situation or like a cloth situation.
Oh, somewhere in the middle. There's
Somewhere in the
a
middle.
pretty wide range in the middle.
Above the table, if it's an adult dragon, maybe we can kill it. If it's an ancient dragon, then we'll probably be killed in the first couple of
And we're sure we want to talk to it.
We're still at the tyrant, right?
Well, it's not so much about talking to it. My order is more interested in eliminating evil dragons.
We're still at the tyrant, right?
You could be if you need to be.
I will ask the tyrant.
When is the next payment to be due to this dragon?
Whenever he feels like showing up.
How long has it been since the last?
A few weeks. He doesn't really keep a schedule.
What was the
This-
time between the first payment and the second?
If he stays on approximately his same gap as before, it's probably a couple more weeks out before he comes.
What does he eat?
Whatever he wants.
Do you know if he's an ancient dragon or adult dragon? Maybe a young one.
I don't know. He's a huge dragon. Gargantuan, even.
He is on the volcano, yes.
I assume.
How
The
often does he
volcano didn't
leave?
start doing that until he showed up.
How often does he leave?
I have no idea.
You do not see him flying?
I usually don't see him flying until he shows up here. So either I don't see him flying away, or he doesn't want us to see him flying away, or he doesn't leave. I'm not sure about any of those.
Weird.
Do you have any dragon slaying equipment?
Okay, now we are being weird.
Hey,
She
if we're
says-
gonna go find it, we might as well ask and see if they have anything that we might be able
She
to use.
says no, but I did write for help from the mainland. I don't know what, if anything, came of it.
We're here.
How long ago was this?
Well, and she looks. I would have sent help out about, or asked for help about a month ago. I sent a messenger on a ship.
Who did you ask?
I did some investigating, and the I asked specifically for help from the dojo of the Ascendant Dragon. I know one of those members was part of the group that part of the Avernus debacle, and brought down that other red dragon. So I figured that's a good as place to any is to ask for help. I
Oh yeah,
haven't
we
heard
know a
anything
few of
back.
them.
I think that was the lesser of the two monks that they had. Just joking.
What was the name of this person you wrote to?
That's actually the dojo that I studied with and where I got the egg from.
Perfect.
Oh.
Leodil, do you want to have your Dragon Slayer come help us out?
Well, I can.
I didn't write to anybody specifically, but the order as a whole, I have not heard anything.
Balazar, message Callista. Let's get her over here.
Actually, Balazar, I wonder if you're familiar enough with Chi to send her a message.
I have never heard this person's name.
Well, you've seen them in the picture, albeit a small.
In the background.
Which one was this G?
Wait, why don't you message Callista and tell Callista to message Chi?
Do you think Callista could act like an operator and put us in through collect to Chi?
I think
Can we do a
Callista would be
three-way
quite
message?
offended by this.
Three-way sending.
Hold on, I've got sending on the other line. Can you hold on one moment, please?
Describe G to me, please.
She
I
was
will
the furry
try.
one.
I describe Chi in as vivid detail as possible.
Okay.
And I'm assuming Jay's character knows Chi personally.
Jay's character
so
has
that's-
met Chi.
I've met Chi personally. Yeah.
So
We're not
that's,
like
that's,
super close or anything, but he does know who she is. Yeah.
that's pretty vivid detail then. So
Yeah.
I will cast sending to Chi.
Okay.
I will say, my name is Balazar Kriv. I am friends with Leodel of your order. We are on, what is it, Mentarn?
Mhm.
We are on Mentarn. Looking to confront a dragon. Do I get 5 more?
I wasn't counting.
I
Three
think
more, I think.
3 more.
Can
Okay.
help
Just
Chi
a
send.
super evil dragon.
Are you
Able
you
help?
Can you help?
or
Can you help? Yeah, that's good.
yeah? Can you help? Yeah, can you help will work.
I just imagine sitting work like you're saying something like wait, back up. Don't use those words.
Delete. Backspace,
Yep.
backspace. I only have
Oh,
so many
that's not
characters I
stupid.
can use.
No, that sounds desperate. Change that.
255 characters. That's all I've got.
No, don't add an emoji. That's stupid.
She won't take it seriously if I send an emoji. It's got to be like taken. I got to mean it.
But also you have to lighten the mood, so you probably should send an emoji.
But it gets in the right one.
Just send a serious-looking emoji.
The monkey with his eyes closed.
They like angry kabuki mask. That's the one.
See no evil. That's the one you want.
Oh shit! Oh my god, we're gonna get a team up.
I will cast sending again. And I will say, what's the town we're in? Is it just Mentarn?
Meet
Yeah,
us
it's
by the
basically
dirty
Mintarn.
beers.
Mintarn is on the island, so she could be theoretically somewhere on the island, or just
Okay.
somewhere else in the city you haven't seen.
I will message and I will say we are in the city of Mentarn. Where shall we meet you?
This is sick.
It is diseased. It is ill.
For any of those viewers watching this, you should go back and watch our Avernus campaign. Then you'll know what we're talking about here.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the Avernus campaign, you're gonna have to go back and catch up.
Well, I mean, the same thing for Giles and Callista earlier.
Yeah, it's a good one. You guys should go watch it
Yeah.
and subscribe.
Yeah. If only we
Like
had
and subscribe.
if
Hit
only
the
we had-
Like and subscribe. Ring the
If
bell.
only we had recorded it.
Look at our Kickstarter for our animated series.
Right.
If we can get $5, I'll draw you a stick figure picture.
If we can get $5 million, Amazon Prime will pick it up.
That's probably true, actually.
If we get $10 million, we'll thank you in person.
And I'll start using a bigger mug. Flask. There we go.
Will you upgrade eventually to like a jerry can, like Sam has?
There you go. Yeah. I'm sad we don't have any of that recorded. Oh well.
We'll eventually upgrade
So
to like
sad.
one of those big barrels of water from. I can think of what it is. Like water coolers.
Sweet.
Culligan?
Yeah, just Culligan water. Tub. Just drink out of it.
Hey, Chi replied.
Short Chain Inn tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, then I guess we'll go stay at the Short Chain Inn.
Yep.
Thank God somebody who knows how to kill dragons is here to help us.
And Chi should know whether or not the age of this dragon that we are dealing with.
Yeah. This is you know, everything's working out really. Finally something's going the way we wanted it to. Finally, we're gonna get one thing done.
You know, Brian's running Giles, Callista, Chi. I'm just freaking waiting for Nikolai.
Yeah,
where's
Nikolai's
Illumina?
napping. That's the problem.
Oh,
Surely he's.
Let's go
napping.
kill Callista.
good luck.
So what are you guys doing the rest of the day? You just back to the ship, or
So,
Yeah, let's get away from these beggars. Let's go to the ship.
just curious. What's everyone's intelligence modifier?
Like, not that many.
+7.
It's not +7.
-1.
Yeah, does anyone have proficiency in intelligence saves?
You.
Me, yeah. I think I'm the only one who would even have the remotest chance of saving against Callista's psychic screen if we went to fight Callista.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, it would be a really bad idea.
I want to go look for some leather armor. Preferably of the +1 variety. Or do I know how much that costs for? I even say anything that way I know if I have enough for it.
How much do you have?
Almost 1,500.
That might be enough, I don't know. That's a question for Brian.
Or maybe
was
a
the question?
cape of... can I find some like +1 leather armor or know how much it is? Or
I
try to-
mean, you would know approximately how much it is by just checking our sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so I have a sore throat. The magic items thingy we have posted in there somewhere. And you wouldn't be able to find it here, though. Not in this town.
Okay. How about a cloak of fire resist or a ring of fire resist? Probably not. I can't find that thing in the magic item list.
What's the I'm gonna find the magic. Where's the magic item thing? It's in the Discord somewhere pinned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the same magic items.
That's what it is.
I can just grab the link. I have it. I have it on my favorites bar.
Let's see. Uh, 6,000 for a ring of resistance.
That's
All
a
right.
lot.
So what are we doing?
That is a lot.
We're going to get a room at the inn and wait to hear from Cheese, sounds like, right?
Okay. So you guys go to the Short Chain Inn, get a room. The proprietor is very happy that he has more customers and takes any and every opportunity to try to sell you food or drink.
Sure, we're
Offers
not
to
done.
upgrade you to the suite at half of the normal price.
Of
There's like basically you guys and like one other person in this place. There's just not business here.
what's the normal price though? I'm just curious now.
I don't know. I don't do nightly prices. I always do just the living expenses.
The normal price probably was what you would expect, and
Yep.
not that much, not that cheap, but I don't know.
So you guys spend a reasonable night's sleep, despite being woken up in the middle of the night by a small tremor on the town again. And the next morning, you go down for breakfast. You're served a pretty good meal, some smoked meats and bread, along with a pretty tasty ale, very smooth, not too tart. And just as you're finishing up breakfast, you guys hear kind of a commotion outside. And second.
Good luck, Thomas.
Come on, Roll20, help me out here a little bit, would you? There, sorry, it's being weird. All right. We'll wait for Thomas to get back real quick. Thomas, you back yet?
Did everybody
All
disappear?
right, we were waiting for you, so you're back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. So as you guys are finishing up breakfast, you hear a bit of a commotion outside. Some talking and kind of like a large group of people. And then a few minutes after that, you see a Pandaren or whatever. I don't know what the D&D version of them is called.
A shug move.
I don't think there is a D&D version.
There is actually.
Yeah, it's
There
a
is
shugma?
shung move, yeah.
Shungmu.
That a monk walks into the bar, sees your party, greets Leah, and then sits down at the table.
Ah, I hardly recognize you. You look so different from your heroic portrait,
Ah, yes, the
Giles
portraits.
Tavern.
Well, Giles was always one for spinning an interesting tale.
Okay, this is gonna freak me out.
What can you tell us of this dragon?
Well, he's an especially vicious ancient red dragon. He much like Cloth before him,
Ew, ancient. Ew.
he has dug himself pretty well into the volcano, and Leah would respond, "Well, the first thing you always taught us was that it's never a good idea to take on a dragon in its own lair." That is correct.
So how would we be getting it out?
I'll be honest. I feel like the chances of actually defeating or driving away the dragon are fairly slim. My plan is to go meet with the tyrant to see what the chances are of getting the town evacuated. But I am concerned that even once evacuated, the dragon may just simply follow and destroy the evacuation ship.
So we have to kill it.
I'm not quite sure what to do.
Well, can't you just call all your dragon slaying buddies and slay the dragon?
That would be an interesting side battle, wouldn't it?
I feel like Giles is fairly retired at this point, and I haven't really spoken with any of the others recently. I wonder what Callista's up to. She
Oh,
was
we talked
really
to her.
always the backbone of our party.
Yeah, we met her. She's just hanging out in a tiny city.
There was an assassination attempt against her. It failed, of course, but we do not know why the attempt was made. I am having the power to reach out to her if you so desire, though.
I wonder how easily she would be able to get here.
I'd imagine quite easily. I think. No, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I think she had teleportation circle, but I don't think she had straight up teleport. I don't know. I haven't played Callista in a long time.
Would look, but that's a little metagamey. I don't remember. Well, shit. I am not leaving another fucking bad guy on an island. If I had a nickel for every time that's happened, it's happened fucking twice already. Which is a lot.
Would you like me to reach out to Callista and see if she is interested in assisting?
That would be useful.
Very well.
I will cast Sending to Callista.
What are you saying?
I am saying meeting with Chi on the name of this city, island, whatever. Mentarn. There is meeting with Chi. There is ancient red dragon here. Need to kill it.
I cannot leave a third enemy on an island.
She wants know if she wants know want no not she just want know if you help. Is this something you prepped for, Brian?
You
Surely
can find it
not.
after.
I'm glad that we're still finding stuff that Brian hasn't prepped for.
Well, that's easy to do. I didn't prep for today.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
So,
the meme was true.
I mean, what's the point?
Yeah. Would love to, but
I will turn to Chi.
She is unavailable for some weeks. She says hello.
well, thank you. Well, if I might ask, what was your all plan with this dragon?
We did not know its age.
We have no plan.
Ah,
It's kind of how we do things.
We were trying to gain information about it.
We're not really the planning type.
Some of us are not the planning type.
We as a group are not the planning type.
well, are you all prepared to potentially lay down your lives to attempt to exterminate this dragon?
How potentially?
Fairly.
I have something that may be of assistance in this battle.
I'm listening.
Ozar will pull out his cube of force.
I can configure this to create a barrier that will allow such that non-living things cannot pass through it, which would include dragon's fire.
Braylon will look sadly down at her red gem and be like, "It had to be a red dragon."
And don't forget, you guys do have the conch shell too.
Oh, what does that do?
You can summon the Marid, and the Marid would one of the things he can do for you is fight for you. You have 2 summons left.
Oh, I think that's probably worth the summon.
What other?
I don't
things
know.
do
It's
we
only
have?
an ancient red dragon. Probably save it for something.
You want to
better.
save it for a really big bad guy.
Yeah.
With a chi and a Marid, I like our chances a lot better.
Well, and I
I
also
think the
have,
cube of fourth helps too, because if the dragon tries to
Doesn't
breed
she
on
have a
us,
dragon? Where's Chi's dragon
I
at?
also have cracks waiting outside of town.
What is
Yeah.
cracks?
I believe she looks over at Leodell and says, I assume it's hatched by now. And Leo would nod, and she would look over and say, "Oh, Krax is also a dragon. Not an ancient one, mind you, but
What color?
blue."
Balazar hisses.
Just wondered when we finished Avernus, what was Crax? Was he young or
He
I
would
was
have been
adult.
young.
He got
He got
aged
a
up by Bahamut.
Yeah.
That's right. Bahamut gave him
he got
steroids.
the Bahamut buff. That's right.
Bahamut gave him steroids.
what did he end up as? Was he adult or whatever is in between young and adult?
I would have to look.
Yeah.
He got DGH, dragon growth hormones.
I can import if you let me. I can import those character sheets over here if you need them. By the way, Brian.
That if depending on which way you guys went, that might be necessary. Yeah.
Okay. You have to go to the settings, I think, and allow me to import characters.
Right.
But I can do it.
We're gonna need Chi and Cracks, please. I won't lie to you. This will be fairly dangerous, but if that is what you all want to do, I will fight alongside you.
I believe we may have the tools to make this possible.
Very well.
I'm also wishing that this was not a red dragon. I am wishing that this was a black dragon.
So is that the plan now? We're gonna go to its lair and try to kill it.
No,
I'm down.
I think Chi would suggest to the party that we go speak with the tyrant and encourage her to evacuate town. So we attempt to ambush the dragon the next time it comes for payment.
Balazar will turn to Chi and say,
I'm having an idea. Dragons are being very territorial. If it were aware that your blue dragon were in the area, it would likely come out and seek to attack it.
This is true.
This way we are perhaps baiting it out sooner and hopefully farther away from the village, so that bystanders are not taking damage, yes?
The only question is how we might get how we would get this dragon to be aware of Krax's presence.
I can send a telepathic message to it. Perhaps it will fall for the bait, perhaps not.
Interesting. And what would you say?
Did you get those characters, Brian? Sorry,
Oh, I didn't even realize that you had done that. Let me find out.
just see that there. If not, I could try it again. I might have done it wrong.
I would pretend to be an advisor to the tyrant.
I don't know where they would go, though. Oh, wait, yep. I did get it.
I would pretend to be an advisor to the tyrant. I would message this red dragon and say, there is a blue dragon also demanding tribute. Is it affiliated with you in any way? That should be enough.
I wonder if this dragon was, when it was taking tribute, if it was perhaps offering it as protection, or if it was just simply demanding gold with no reciprocity in ahead.
Something we could ask the tyrant, but I do not think it matters. Another dragon in its territory will likely coax it out to attack.
This is true. Well, shall we go talk to the tyrant then?
Yes.
All right, so the 5 of you work your way over to the, excuse me, Tyrant's Tower. After a few minutes, you're showing in. Excuse me, and the Tyrant says, "I'm surprised you didn't leave as soon as you heard what was going on. I'm glad you're still in the town."
We are going to try to kill it.
She says, "Oh, I mean, that would be great. Do you think you can do that?"
Perhaps.
Chi would step forward and say, hello, Chi, master of the Dojo of the Ascended Dragon, here to aid you with your dragon issue.
She says, "Oh, did you get my letter?"
I did indeed.
Well, that's good. I'm very happy you're here.
I did have a few simple questions for you. When you interacted with this dragon, did you get the impression that in giving these tributes, it was offering you protection in return?
You know, I never considered that. I didn't get that impression. I'll be honest, one way or the other.
It was simply demanding tribute, yes.
I believe so, but by the creature's demeanor, I don't think it would take lightly to, I don't know, a competitor, I suppose. I'm not, if that's what you're referring to.
No,
Yes.
it would not.
We brought a dragon of our own to attempt to coax it out.
Oh, well, I don't think he would like that. No.
Very well. Do you know of any areas, any landscapes in the area that might offer a favorable terrain for such an ambush?
Well, the outside of the town, it's fairly heavy forest up the hill. I suppose you could probably find cover amongst the trees. I don't know how. I don't really know anything about dragons, but I guess that would be the best, and I would prefer the battle to take place outside the town, of course.
Of course. Do you know of any caves or any underground spaces?
Well, the volcano has plenty of caves.
Sure, but outside of the volcano.
Not to my knowledge.
That you'll kind of look to the others and see if any of them have any further questions or anything they.
The tyrant says, "Well, if you do ambush the creature and hurt it, won't it simply just flee to its lair?"
It's possible.
It depends.
Well, if I can help in
Ideally-
any way, I'm happy to. I don't know what I could offer, but
Ideally, we would lead the dragon somewhere where it was not quite so easy to retreat or escape. For instance, if we were able to set up our dragon, our decoy dragon, if you would, in some sort of cave that's not connected to the volcano, then we could perhaps corner it where it would not easily be able to escape.
I mean, I suppose you could look around the island. I'm not aware of a place like that.
All right. Well, it sounds like
Do we
we've got
want
some-
to? Do we want to go speak to my devil and see if it wants to help us? Perhaps.
Why would the devil want to help us?
Devils listen to me a lot.
Insight check.
That's not at all conspicuous and highly suspicious.
18.
Being honest,
Why do they listen to you?
I'm very charming.
She smiles.
You hear
and looks
Max just
over
go-
and says, "I feel like you probably don't give them a choice, do you?"
Not always. Devils don't really have choices, and most of the time,
You
free
remind-
will's different in hell.
You remind me of someone.
Who is this reminding you of?
Well, you spoke to her this morning.
Callista. She seemed nothing like Raylan.
No, not in every way.
She's a lot nicer than I am, I think.
You wouldn't know Raylan, you never met her.
I think I met her.
No, you didn't.
How long do you believe that this
Oh.
that this venture to see this devil will take you?
Well, imagine it won't take us more than a day.
Well, then
You
Figure
perhaps
could
two.
find
They said a day south, so you figure a day there, a day back if you don't get delayed.
It'll take about 3 days.
very well. Then I believe Krax and I have some scouting to do to see if we can find a proper ambush area, and we'll just hope that this dragon doesn't feel the need to pop his head out for the next few days and continue to terrorize these poor people.
Sounds good.
All right, which ship are you guys taking?
The piratey one.
The Mermaid's Bane.
Sure.
As you guys are walking around the town, just as you guys made yourself fairly popular with the poor, Chi has clearly done the same. And it's almost they're almost like reverent in their praise of her as she walks by and kind of touch her to say hi, and she takes time for everybody. And then eventually word spills out that you assume the tyrant is trying to breathe some hope into the people. The reason that she's here, and now they're like almost like religious in their like reverence to her.
If they're religious, that means we can turn them fanatical and use them as fodder for the dragon.
What could go wrong?
I would say that she also would have probably asked the tyrant if they had any brave townsfolk that might have experience with longbows, but otherwise everyone else should be fairly.
They're gonna die. If they're townsfolk, they're gonna die trying to find the
She
dragon.
basically says like anybody who could have gotten out of town did, and
Did.
so other than herself,
Nobody else has any martial prowess within the town. Good to know.
correct. She does offer her own services to help as well.
Okay.
Just sizing her up. On a scale of 1 to 20, how tough does she look?
Make an insight check.
Alright.
I want to have Chi make an insight check.
21.
Oh, never mind. You're good.
Hold on.
And on a range from artificer to wizard, what does she look like?
I would say about a 4-ish.
Then we probably shouldn't bring her. That dragon's gonna sneeze on her and she's gonna die.
maybe.
A hardy 4.
Maybe if she's, well enough hidden.
We would have to ensure that she did not get breath weaponed.
Sure.
If she gets breath weaponed, she's gonna die.
No.
All right, so are you guys sailing to the south?
I believe so.
All right. Second here. You sail 1 day to the south.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. I just had a thought. Before we sail,
Before we sail.
I would like to attempt to buy a 4th level spell if possible.
In this town, no, there's basically nothing available.
Fuck. That's really unfortunate. I had an amazing idea, but it requires a spell that I don't have.
What spell?
Greater invisibility.
Ah. I would assume that, say, a 2 10-foot 10 cubic feet of pits would not trap a dragon. Like a 10-foot
No,
cubic.
but the dragon would do. That's like a pothole.
I know how to trap the dragon. But someone is going to have to be in melee range with the dragon to trap it.
Do they have to stay in
can-
melee range the entire time?
I can think
Yes.
of one. I can think of one decent candidate for that.
They
Gee.
would have to. They would have to stay in melee range the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this
I
is going to be
know-
such a sad session if this is the end of Chi. You guys are successful, but Chi dies. Yeah, that'd be so terrible.
So
Jay would be not happy.
one of the things that you can do.
Sacrifice Leodel. She's a newer character.
Yeah, I'll just play Chi the rest of the session. That's fine. I missed this character sheet.
Okay, so Brian, I need to understand a mechanics thing.
All right.
This dragon, is it more than 15 feet per side?
Yes, I believe it is.
So it's bigger than a 9 square grid.
Hold on. Let me. You guys would know that because you kind of asked the dude who's seen it. You know, hey, based on this building, how big?
We've
is it?
asked Chi too, and
Chi's
she
seen it.
told us
And
the age.
She would know. Hold on.
Yeah, that's okay. I gotta take some time to read through all the Chi stuff anyway.
If you're
It
You're probably
is 4x4.
Fuck. All right, so my plan wouldn't work.
you're thinking of Cuba Force, weren't you?
I was thinking of having someone get into melee with it with Cube of Force and putting it so that living matter cannot pass through it. So then it's just trapped in melee with the person, but it's
Well, then-
15 feet on the side for
If
the
we were doing
square.
that, then I would have gone in. I would just use the Theralness to run out.
All
Well,
right.
yeah, but if the dragon picks up the cube, then it can fly away with the Cube of Force. Like, you have to have someone holding the
Ah.
Cube of Force so that doesn't happen.
So you sail
But
about
it's
a day,
moot anyway.
to the south, and it doesn't take you long. About 100 feet down on the shelf of a coral reef, looks to be the ruins of some kind of a mermaid settlement. Or merfolk settlement, I suppose. Is better wording of that.
Oh my god, are we gonna die? Oh, side quest.
Maybe.
She will probably live.
If she dies, it's probably our fault.
Balazar will live too. He'll activate
Remember,
his
Chi
cube
is
of
not
force.
here right now. Chi is scouting for an ambush point.
Balazar will activate his cube of force to not let nothing pass through it while he casts teleportation circle.
Oh, does she have her wolf? Forgot about her wolf.
Did she have a wolf?
She did. She had a wolf. That's how it
That's
started.
right.
That's how it started.
That's right. And then you found that dragon egg.
Then we found the dragon.
Or I guess was it a dragon egg? No,
It
it
was
wasn't an
not
egg.
an
It was a
egg.
dragon.
Was it just a regular wolf?
No, it was a spirit or something. It was Apollo.
Yeah, Apollo. That's right. That's right. Wow,
I'm
what a
sending
good
it over.
memory.
All right.
Yeah, Champions Bond. We got. Yeah, she's got that big mess.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Right? Right?
It's a whole. That's a whole gobbledygook.
I know. It's a lot.
I'm not reading that.
No.
Don't. I just was posting it to show you how crazy this character sheet is that I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with.
Well, that's a wall of text, dude.
Isn't it? No.
I'm telling you. This character was insane.
In crazy.
There
All right,
it
it
is.
should be there.
Yeah, I got it.
Thanks.
I just gotta drag it out. Hold on. I have a folder called guest PCs now. All right. So you guys are over the Merfolk ruins.
I guess we're going down.
All right. Which corner would you like to come down from? Northwest,
geez.
northeast, southwest, southeast, dead center.
Max, do the thing with the arrow.
3 would be dead center, I think.
I would take out an arrow and drop it. Yeah.
We'll go to whatever side the arrow lands on.
Oh, 3 out of 5.
There's not a 5 on an arrow. It's 4.
But there were 4 options. Each of the
Three,
pinnacle
five.
corners are in the dead center.
All right, we're going to the northwest.
Northwest. All right.
But so you don't want to go down in the middle. You're eliminating that as an option.
Yeah, I do not want to go down in the middle. That sounds like ass.
All right. That's fair.
All right, 1 second here. So while you could not see when you went down, I think it's a better way to do this. It probably is. All right. First things first. This link is a little quieter, so you may need to turn it up. On your way down, because the water is clear and it is daytime, you are aware of 2 buildings close to you. I've highlighted kind of the edge of them. There's one like right here.
And one over there.
Yep, one
And
down.
there's a
and
big
one to the
hole.
right. And there's a big hole.
And there's a darkness over the big hole.
And of course, you are all swimming.
Of course. Ooh, I don't like the way that black hole looks.
And it's not like a big creature could come out of there really easily or anything.
I guess I'm gonna start heading towards the south building unless anyone else has a better idea. I'm assuming the group would follow.
Mhm.
Yeah, 1 second here. So there doesn't appear to be any interest to this building from the way you're going in, but it looks like what was once a pretty ornate building, and in the middle of the building is dominated by a large dome.
I'm back. Boy, that looks like a hole.
We were just talking about how ominous the hole looks.
This is a big blue hole.
I'm gonna keep going towards this one.
All right. Doesn't appear to be any entrance from there.
I'm gonna swim up to the roof.
All right. Exactly. There doesn't appear to be any entrance from the roof side either. I will hold on. I will highlight. I will reveal something though that will. Oops, that's not wrong one. That will show you about how big the building is. Yeah, the hole is actually that thing's mouth. That's about how long the building is.
This image is just titled "Lobster Tarrasque?" ?
It's not at all intimidating. Wow.
Not as good as Balloon Tarrasque, though.
Hold on. Second here. You do notice this appear to be glass here, by the way.
I will swim up to the glass and take a peeky peek.
Looks like some kind of an ornately designed chamber on the inside. Intricate art, highly decorative.
I will look too. Does it look familiar in any way?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna peeky peek over here, or is this a balcony?
Does it look like there's water inside?
Nope, those are windows as well. Wait a minute, hold on a second.
Brian's dying.
I am.
I'm not sure if you'd be able to tell if there's water inside or not.
Oh, if you look on the ground, there could be like little puddles if it's like leaking or something.
Actually, I lied. These are actually railings, not glass. This is
Okay.
kind of like an open, like almost like a patio kind of a deal.
All right, I think there's water inside.
More. So there's definitely water inside.
Seems likely. Seems
Ma-
likely.
Ma- Max asks if there's water inside. Balazar just looks at him like he's stupid.
And these are doors.
Balazar, I'll call over to Raylan and say,
Is any of this iconography speaking of demonology to you?
No, I don't think so. Right, Brian?
Nope. Looks very
Yeah.
merfolky.
Looks very merfolky. Nice. Bloop, 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 bloop.
how dark is it down here?
Probably pretty dark.
Pretty dark. Pretty dark.
I would get dancing lights out.
Hello, if you're merfolk, we'll leave you alone. If you're a demon or a devil, I need to talk to you.
Are you opening the door?
Yeah. Hello, if you're merfolk, we'll just leave.
Roll initiative.
That doesn't look like a devil. That looks like a giant eel.
And you're right. It does look remarkably like a giant eel.
Sorry, I was reading. I probably wouldn't be this far back. That's my bad.
I am going last.
So you enter an arced corridor supported by giant twisted shells that act as column. Weaving in and out of these is an enormous eel whose green skin crackles with sparks. You guys are going to murder face this thing before it can even move. Leah.
I don't see that, so I'm just swimming around.
You're not a devil.
I look over and I see Raylan looking over, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And that's my turn.
There's a big non-devil thing in here we have to kill.
Oh,
Max?
I will swim up and I will shoot at it twice.
All right.
In order.
Are longbows at disadvantage underwater?
no.
I think it's half range.
No, I think it's crossbows are good underwater, but longbows are not good underwater. Oh, you have that though, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. 17. Does that hit?
Yep.
All right. Then the second shot's
The 13
22.
hits too, actually.
Okay.
$21 on the first shot.
21 plus 12.
33.
Really?
And that's it.
Oh, this poor thing. What's half of 35 for movement?
Round up.
So that'll be 20.
Perfect.
Round up to be 20. Yeah.
Oh wait, but I'm half movement underwater, aren't I?
Yeah, but
Yes.
that what you were
Unless you have a-
doing?
unless you have a swim speed.
But half of 35 would be 17 and a half. Rounded up would be 20.
Oh yeah, I'm still good. Okay, and I stab you with the rapier.
Oh. Yeah, you do.
For
Okay.
15.
It's dead. I said you guys will murder it before it even has a chance to go.
Man, we should have come here a long time ago. I feel like we've out-leveled this zone.
Yeah, totally over leveled.
We're gonna really regret that now that I've said it.
Well, let me,
Balazar's gonna
reveal a
swim
little-
up to this.
Let me reveal a little more for you.
I need to get my my annoying pet out too. I'm gonna have my pet phase through this door.
Okay, you see the hallway and a floating bloody mess of a giant eel.
What's on the right?
Another door. Oh, you guys can't see that, can you? Sorry. There's another
Nope.
door right there. There you go.
I'm gonna have this thing look through the door.
And there's another door right here too.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
have
and
it
go
look.
through the door, or
I'm having him just look first.
okay, opens onto a little balcony.
Then I'll have him push through it. So it looks like there's nothing there, so I'll have him backtrack and just say, well, I'll try to open this door that I'm at. Can I open it?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to open it.
I'm gonna open this door.
Without looking through it first?
Can I see through the door itself?
You opening it, Max?
Can I see through the door itself, or?
Nope.
But yeah, I'm opening it.
All right. Hold on a moment.
I assume I was able to open and move through the door I was at.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say to Raylan as I'm walking past her, there's nothing to the right.
Following a spiral ramp up the side of the boulders leads you to an empty chamber, Max. The walls of the room had hundreds, if not thousands, of nooks cut into them, each of which hold a thin sheet of gray, dark stone.
This looks like a drowning room where they put you in a whirlpool and then they smash you against the rocks and cut you up.
Raylan's like, no, not a mild current.
I will go in.
So basically, all along the walls of this room are like little cubby holes, and in each cubby hole is like a small stone tablet.
Is there anything on the tablet?
Yeah,
Writing or anything?
each tablet has what languages you speak.
Aquan, Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish.
You actually speak Aquan?
Yep.
Okay, the languages on the tablet are Dwarven script, but it is the Aquan language.
Dwarven script. Interesting.
Each tablet-
dwarves.
Each tablet weighs 5 pounds, and the whole set of them basically tells the entire history of the people of this town, of the peoples that used to live here.
All right, I'd read it out loud, going through in case anyone wants to hear it.
Just like when they read the books of Mines of Moria and
Yep.
Lord of the Rings. We're trapped. We cannot get out. They are coming.
Anything useful in what they say?
Let me check.
Or anything that really just stands out?
If you go to the most recent tablets, which are only a few months old, the town's prosperity was based on trading with Mintarn, and it's a pretty small settlement, little town, Merfolk town. And so after Mintarn went into decline, the people basically decided to move somewhere else.
Does it happen to say where they moved?
No, just to nearby Merfolk settlements.
Okay.
And also on the last tablet, it makes reference to a mysterious black container that dropped into the town, and that's the last entry.
I wonder if we can find this mysterious black container that's here.
It's described as a box roughly the size of a person.
Maybe your devil was inside of it, Raylan.
Hey, devil, if you're in there, you better let me know.
I take it this is a door over here, or is that just...
There is a door. There's like a stairway. It's like a multiple level room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, going through there would just have us go up higher than this
Right,
place.
and a little higher in the same room, basically. Yeah.
So, I guess we'll come back this way, go through that door. Up here.
One second.
Thomas, your Discord blocked me from sending you something.
As you open the door, there are Max standing in the middle of the room. Is a humanoid who appears to be shooting a crossbow that is decorated with like an eel motif at a target at the end of the room. He kind of looks up at you, surprised, and doesn't really make much of a reaction.
I would say, hey, Raylan, is this the person you're looking for? I would to the side and let her go through.
Does he look like a merfolk or is he a devil? That looks like a devil.
Well, go on in and talk to him.
Hello.
The creature nods. Kind of tilts his head to the
Raylan
side.
would ask in Infernal if it speaks Infernal.
He says, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you said."
In Infernal.
No, hablo inglés, but in Infernal.
He says that in Infernal?
No.
Okay, I was like, hang
He
on.
just says, I don't know what you said.
No, I don't speak I only know that one sentence and this other one explaining.
Yeah. Really? Okay.
I'm looking for a devil. Is there a devil down here? We don't mean to bother you.
No, there's no devil that lives here.
Damn it!
Just me and the master.
Oh, who's the master?
She's in the other building. We don't
Can I-
speak much.
Oh, can I talk to her?
I suppose I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you. It's very nice to meet you. Do
Uh,
you like gold?
I guess so. I don't.
I'll leave 5 gold on the floor.
Oh, thank you.
Just looking at this thing, do I have any idea what species or race or whatever it is?
Make a nature check.
I was going to ask the same thing. I'll give the system, I guess.
There better be a fucking devil down here.
22?
It was human. You're fairly certain in your studies, though I don't think you've seen one in person, that it's actually a vampire spawn.
Oh, there's a fucking
Oh.
sea vampire? Oh no, look how Darist got into scuba diving.
Sorry to bother you. Do you know anything about the black container that was dropped? Like roughly human size.
I assume that's where my master rests, if that's what you're referring to.
Oh my god, it's a coffin.
Of course it is. That's
That
what
makes a
I
lot of
thought it
sense.
was when talking about a human-sized black container. I'm like, that's coffee.
All right, thank you.
Well, we have to double check with the vampire just to make sure that it's not a devil.
Raylan sounds so disappointed.
I really need to talk to to devils that I haven't found very many. It's very sad. It's for a friend of mine. Sort of.
Insight check. Is this like actually for a friend, or is it you just saying it's for a friend, where it's really for you?
Well, we're not really friends, but it's for somebody else. They need help with something devil related.
You owe them a debt or something?
Yeah. Kind of. They have something and I need it back.
Is it your soul?
Kind of.
Oh, I was just joking.
And I was kidding.
Oh,
Yeah,
awkward.
there's a devil that has my soul, but he's not that bad of a guy. Don't worry about it. We're gonna start swimming.
What's his name?
Azazel.
Is not Azazel. His name is Folklore, and we have an arrangement.
Oh, yes, nice guy.
He's not bad.
Do I have any idea who that is, Brian? Would I never
No.
cross paths? Okay.
Never. You would never have no idea who that is.
You say we wouldn't have come across it in our studies of folklore?
Oof. Oof, that was bad, Jay. All right, is this an entrance over here?
The only entrance that you've found is down here.
Oh yeah, that's where we're going.
You said it's here and then to the deep dark hole that we have to go into?
Rather than we're just like yelling, "Hello, we're coming in. Sorry to bother you."
I wonder if this is going to be that guy from the wreck of the Golden Crown or whatever.
Ah, that undead guy with the staff that we tried to
There's a
take.
door straight ahead there, and
No,
then
it
the
was
passageway
his
curves
spell
around
book. His
to
spell
the
book
left.
shackled me.
Oh no, where did you all go?
I'll knock on this door.
No
Hello,
response.
sorry to bother you. We're not here to bother you if you're a vampire.
If you are
No
a
reply?
vampire, we are here to bother you, though.
No, if you're a vampire, I don't care. If you're a devil, I need to talk to you. Knock, knock, knock. Anything?
Nope, no response.
Open the door.
For the record, I'm going to be pretty disappointed if we had all this build up about battling this dragon just for us to die to a vampire here in this
Underwater.
tunnel.
She's like, where did they go?
They never
Damn
came
it!
back.
That descends upward, Raylan.
All
Or
right.
ascends
I
upward, I
was about to
suppose.
say, so a sentence.
I'm swimming. I'm swimming up.
It
And when you reach the top,
descends-
it appears that whatever is there has collapsed in on itself.
it descends upward. This is a place of
Alright.
mind fuckery.
Hold on one second. I know, right?
Raylan starts aggressively
Salazar?
swimming back down.
It's
All right,
time
hold
to
on one
advance
second.
in the other
Raylan and
direction.
Leo, hold on one second.
Oh, okay.
Balazar,
I
following a
was-
smooth spiraling corridor, leads you to a domed chamber with a gallery above. The chamber is lit by magical light, which causes the pearls set in the walls to glisten. Dozens of tiny fish flitter around the shoals of the chamber, and crustaceans scuttle across the floor. Each of the four walls of the gallery above sports a vicious-looking gargoyle with twinkling sapphire eyes.
It's not ominous at all.
But I don't see any beings here.
And as you take stock of the room, you see descending from the top of the dome is a vampire who appears to be swimming not toward you, but down from the top of the dome.
Raylan's yelling, "Max, can you detect portals or something? There's
Funny.
fucking nothing over here."
Funny you mentioned that. I used Detect Portal.
No, there is no portal here.
Damn it! It's gonna work one of these days.
One of these days.
I will address the vampire as it descends and say,
We spoke with your underling in the other building, and I am being sorry to intrude. One of my friends is seeking a devil, and we were told that this area, there mayhaps be one.
She slowly descends down. Oops, that's not the button I meant to press.
Oh
Uh,
god.
he looks friendly.
She does not look friendly. She looks like she's gonna cut your fucking dick off.
He looks
And then decides to sit on the chair, and she says,
too
"No
friendly.
devils here. Just me. Me, my pet eel,
Oh fuck.
And I'm looking for the other dude's name. 1 second here. And Bariamo. Oh, poor Bariamo.
Hello.
Periamo is the one we spoke with before, yes.
I don't know who you spoke with before. Was he that boring, dull creature in the other building?
He was shooting a crossbow at the target.
Yes, that was probably him. Such a miserable wretch. Oh my god, how many of there are you? Are you unfriendly?
No, we're pretty friendly. Usually, we're just looking for a devil. I need to talk to him.
There's no devils here. You look very heavily armed for friendly creatures. You did come into my home uninvited.
Well, we
Should I
did
feel
come looking for a devil, so the weapons are probably understandable.
fair enough?
Anyways, we'll leave. Sorry to bother you.
Leodell swims on in the back here and looks up and says, "Oh hi." Waves
Oh,
friendly.
Hello, aren't you friendly?
She is.
Well, this is awkward. Probably just be on our way. If you need anything, let us know. My name's Raylan. Do you want to help us fight a dragon?
Hello, Raylan. My name is Calderis. No, I do not have any interest in fighting a dragon. Why would I
Is it
want to
really
do that?
Calderis?
That's what she says her name is.
Oh no! We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here now.
Run!
That's meta info, Thomas. You don't know that.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Calderis. You seem really nice.
Are you sure? It's just an ancient red dragon.
Well, we didn't come down here to destroy you or anything. We're really just disappointed we didn't find that devil that we heard was down here.
That's so odd. Why would you be disappointed you didn't find a devil?
I need to talk to him. I need to talk to a devil.
What would you want to talk to it about?
I need to
There are
find
very
out how
few
it...
people that seek conversations with devils, Raylan. You seem troubled.
No, I'm a little frustrated. I can't find this devil.
Well, just me, no devil.
Do you happen to know of any devil in the area around here? My name is Max, by the way. Maximilian.
Max, I do not know of any devil in the area.
That's
I know sometimes the people refer to me as a devil, but as you can see, I am not.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't seem like a devil to me. You seem pretty nice, actually.
Why would you be referred to as a devil?
Well, I eat people, Balazar.
Vampire! Freeland loudly whispers.
You eat people.
Well, I mean, not all of them, but I need to feed.
Max gets that. Max feeds on people all the time.
His affliction is somewhat similar, though different.
I was
believe.
wondering. You have an aura about you, Max.
Yeah, things happen and I end up like this. I don't think I'm quite a vampire, but not quite human anymore. Or half-elf.
How did you end up like this, Max?
Uh, spell went awry. I'd really rather not go into details if...
What kind of spell, Max?
As she's getting closer, I am wanting to insight check, see if there is any bit of hostility that is bubbling beneath the surface.
All right, go ahead.
20.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure with a 20.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Guys, I'm scared.
Oh, God, we're going in the hall. Hope I'm the one that lives.
Balazar is going to take a step back. And he is going to cast, as subtly as he can, Intellect Fortress on
What are the...
I get to target 3 people if I use a 5th level, so I'm going to cast it at 5th level. Targeting myself, Max, and Raylan.
What are the components needed to cast Intellect Fortress?
Just verbal.
Only verbal?
Yep. And he would be like muttering it quietly.
Make a stealth check.
13.
As you vacate that space, she steps between you and reaches up towards your cheek, Max.
You're
Are you
really
gonna let her-
friendly, aren't you?
She touches your cheek. She goes, "What spell was it, Max?"
To be honest, I'm honestly not sure. I thought it was one thing, but I've been told otherwise. Still not sure what the true purpose of it was. More of a ritual than a spell, I guess.
Hmm.
Well, I think we'll be going if you can't.
No, not quite yet, Raylan.
Oh fuck!
I
She-
saw that coming.
Reaches inside of her coat, and she produces a crystal in her other hand. She mutters an arcane word, Max, and you see a illusionary image of the captain that did the spell. And she says, "Do you know him, Max?"
Do I recognize him?
Yep, it's the guy you're looking for.
Ah, yes, I do recognize him.
Is it the same guy that we met on Tentrix's island?
Tentrix's island?
Or at the wedding?
Scout.
Oh, the scout?
Port
Yes,
Scout, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. When you say yes, you can feel her hand on your cheek start to grip a little tighter. And she says, "How do you know this man, Max?"
Ah, well, wouldn't mind telling you, but would you mind taking your hand off my cheek? You kind of grip a little
It
hard there.
depends on why you know him, Max. And her hand grips a little tighter.
He, guess you could say he recruited me. Although, from what I've been told, assuming the source of what told me was true, it was under false pretenses.
So he lied to you. You feel her hand grip a little more.
Assumedly, yes.
She puts the gem away and releases you. She goes, "He lied to me too."
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Ah, she moved away. I'm taking attack of opportunity.
If you don't mind me asking, what did he lie to you about?
Oh, well, it was some time ago. Then, oh, time feels so different down here. A few years, I suppose. And he showed up to here. Well, it wasn't here. I wasn't here yet, but where I used to live, my home, with a party, not unlike yours. Well-armed strangers came into my home. It always makes me nervous. We had a nice conversation, not dissimilar to this one. He didn't mention anything about any devils, but he did spew some kind of lie of his own to get close to me. And then they drove me out of my home. I killed all but this one, and she kind of gestures at the one in her at the gem in her jacket. But he stole some things from me, from my home.
No
I have an
doubt you would
idea
like
of what
these
he did with
objects
those
returned.
things now.
No doubt you would like these objects returned, yes.
She lifts up her left arm and glances at it. She goes, "Well, one of them I already grew back." That's
Hmm.
That's
Max.
impressive.
What would you need with the arm of a vampire?
To be honest, I didn't even know we had one. I didn't know all the items that we had. I myself retrieved a few. But I never did see all of them. Some of them were wrapped up, some of them were covered. I
I,
assumed to keep us from knowing what was actually going on.
can I Arcana check to see if I have any idea why you might want the arm of a vampire?
Sure.
25.
Ah,
Based on what little information you know about what happened to Mac, you would speculate it was some kind of component needed for the ritual.
A vampire ritual, huh?
Maybe it's used I don't know, for longevity's sake. Vampires live long. We were trying to get it.
Balazar will say,
It is
Perhaps.
most likely a ritual component. As to the nature of the ritual, I have no idea.
I believe it is a component in the spell that Max referred to that made him who he is. In a way, Max, you're part of me. Sort of.
Max just stands there looking like he's thinking. Does this mean I'm her spawn? No. Does he control me? Blah, blah. Just all those different sort of thoughts that go through my head.
Well, if you
This would
find
mean
him,
she is your sire, Max.
if you find him, I would like to do terrible things to him. Although I like my new home, I did not particularly wish to leave my old one.
Let me ask, where was your old home?
Not far.
On this
I find
island yet?
under the waves, I am far less bothered by the people that live on the surface. Some people get so self-righteous when there's a vampire in the neighborhood. I find under the water I get bothered far less.
Well, we are sorry to bother you, but we weren't really looking for you.
If I do find him, Balazar here can message people. I'll have him message you and tell him where he's at.
I would like that. I would be in your debt if you found him. Especially if you let me dispose of him.
Not so sure if I like that line of thinking, but we'll see when the time comes.
So what do you all plan to do now?
I guess we'll just leave and go fight that dragon.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Thanks.
Unless,
Sounds
of
like
course,
a terrible idea.
Yeah, it is probably, but
luckily, it's
I
not
assume you
just
refer
us.
to Hundorth, yes?
yes.
Well, it was good to know all of you then.
Thanks, Calderas. You seem really cool, but not at all like a psycho. Well, if you see any devils, my name's Raylan. Let me know.
I will.
I'm wondering. Outside there is a chasm of some kind that it appears quite deep. What is
It is-
down there?
It is very deep.
Do you know what is down there?
I have swum down there from time to time. It's deep and dark and cold. Whatever
There
lives down there doesn't bother me, though.
Does something live down there?
I think so. I sensed a presence.
Ugh, now we have to go look down there, 'cause it could be the devil.
You guys really do have a death wish, don't you?
No, I just have to get a person out of hell, and I need to figure out how these devils keep getting out so that I can use the same way out for my friend. It's a whole thing. Anyways, I'm sorry to bother you. See you later.
Well, if it helps at all, Raylan, I don't believe the creature at the bottom is not of this plane. I think it's just a big fish, for lack of a better term. Very
Never
big
mind
fish.
then.
At that point, I will describe an aboleth and say, does this fit the description?
No. I don't think that creature and I would be able to live in close proximity and be friendly.
You are likely right.
Braylon is sadly swimming away now.
I'm gonna actually, before I turn and leave, I'm gonna ask, Do you by chance have interest in trade of any kind?
I'm not opposed. I doubt you have anything I'd like, though. She's kind of looking at Max as she's talking to you. She's not really making eye contact with you.
No interest
Max,
in
she wants
no
your D.
No interest in gold then.
What interest would I have of gold? I could get gold anytime I wanted.
Fair enough.
I'll be out in about 30 minutes. You guys can go on ahead. No.
Don't die,
Only
Max.
30 minutes.
I might be a little sad if you do. It was nice to have met you.
It's nice to meet you too. I'll try not to. There would be ways to escape anyways if it does come to that.
Are you having any idea where this person you are seeking may be?
No, I've honestly have not been seeking him. Biding my time. I
You
have a
have a
lot of
name?
time. I found the best time to go looking for somebody is when they think you've forgotten about them. It's
Do you
still
have a
too
name
fresh.
for them?
I never got the man's name, or at least not one that I found to be true. What name did he give you, Max?
I don't remember.
Flipping through notes.
I know. Flip, 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 flip.
I'm not sure if we ever decided on
I don't
it.
think we ever did. Let's come up with a name.
And knowing
Alright.
that you have arcane abilities, can you show me an image of him?
Well, she showed an on the
Yeah,
gem.
you did
you were
that,
saying the other
yeah.
time. Yeah.
All right.
She done did it.
I would have studied the image thoroughly to see if I could. I would actually ask her to show me again so that I could study it thoroughly.
Okay, she would do so. That's what he gave his name as. And she says that's the name he gave me as well. I don't think it's his true name, though.
The more I think about it, I think you're probably right that it's not. There were a few times when people tried calling out to him with that name, and I don't think he ever answered. He didn't answer right away. I never really paid much attention to it, but now
It
just
appears lies follow that man everywhere if he is a man anymore, or ever was. Maybe he was something else.
do you happen to know anything about my situation? I still don't know quite much.
Well, I speculate that the ritual, the spell, whatever you want to call it, was not finished. Otherwise, I don't think you'd be you. From what I know, just as what is that guy's name? How is it? Just as Bariamo, as boring as he is, and as much as we don't like each other, he is bound to me. I believe if that ritual were to be finished, you would be more like me and bound to the man who calls himself Declan. Just as Bariano is bound to me. But you're not, so I don't think he was able to accomplish what he was hoping to.
Yeah, it was interrupted halfway through.
That makes sense. To be honest, I'm surprised that didn't kill you. Very odd.
I think it killed one person. That one person tried to control it. At least it seemed like that. She tried to save us all when it happened.
Fascinating. Well, I have a feeling you'll find him. If you do, send him my regards. Or just bring him to me, that would be fine too.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both.
Excellent.
I don't suppose you would be having a teleportation circle here. Transporting him to your location would be much easier if you did.
I unfortunately do not.
Caldera snaps and one just appears.
Right? It's permanent because I cheat.
What do you think this is on the floor? Right in front of me, Ballot. I'm just kidding. It's right here.
That is not the circle, that is a diamond.
It's a teleportation cross.
Oh, thank you for the information. I guess we'll be taking our leave now.
All right, well, I hope you don't die.
Ah, me too.
And we swim away.
Sorry about your eel, lady.
Oh, don't tell her about the eel. We need...
Yeah, I made sure not to.
Yeah, we're never coming back here.
So, interesting. Calderis is a multiverse character and has gender swapped.
We were never really too. He was pretty not gender neutral, very feminine looking male, from what I recall.
Androgynous.
Yes, I believe
Very
that's
androgynous.
Gender
androgynous
fluid?
would be the correct word. Well, now, I mean, we've established multiple crins, right? Why not
Yeah, no, I love it. I like it. I'm into
multiverse
it.
expands?
I'm
Well,
about
he
it.
was androgynous in
Eberron, yeah.
Eberron, but the artwork is more feminine still in this one.
Oh, for sure.
I thought you were joking when you were like, "Oh, I am Calderis." I was like, "Ah, that was a good one, Brian." And I was like, "Oh my god, it's Calderis. We're fucked."
That's funny when you mentioned it a few minutes before. I was like, "Oh, Thomas."
Every time,
Oh,
every
sweet
time we
summer
run into
child.
Calderis, I think, is he gonna attack us this time? I hope not.
Any vampire from now on is we're just gonna be like, "Is it Calderis?"
It's what's funny is this. Most of this encounter is minus the plotline specific stuff is in the module. I just obviously renamed it, and
Sure. Yeah.
that worked out really well.
No, it was great. That was awesome.
Funny.
You had me a little worried there when started walking slowly to me.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh my god, we're gonna die down here. Calderis is gonna kill us." Brian wanted him to kill us so bad that he decided to take his chance on the next campaign.
I'm like, this is just like last time, except that there's no destiny that stops Calderis from killing us all.
This is just like last time, but we don't have a prophecy.
No, there's no
We don't have-
prophecy.
There's no plot armor. We're done.
I mean, that's did I cast Mind Fortress before we knew it was Calderis? I think
No, after.
No,
it was after.
it was after, yeah.
Braylon's
Pretty
getting
funny.
the fuck out of the water. She's pissed.
So are we done searching in the water for the sea devil, or?
Obviously, we're gonna swim down into that pit to see what the monster
No,
is,
we're
right?
not going into the pit.
Oh,
We need the thing that lets you detect Fey Fiend or undead in a big radius. I forget what spell that is.
all right. Well, I guess let's go back to the island then.
I guess so.
Sorry about that, everybody.
It is no problem.
Yeah,
We'll
good.
follow in the lead.
And I got a bit more information too.
I
Huh.
liked her.
Nothing wrong my way.
She reminds me of me. I don't like her.
She reminds me of you, but far
Much
more
stronger.
powerful.
But I like
Thank you,
so,
Balazar.
you know.
Thank you, Balazar. Appreciate that. She reminds me of you, but way more powerful.
It was that her hands are very soft.
Which is impressive. In the salty water, you'd think they would be dried out.
Probably all pruny.
Leathery.
Hey, you know, some people like that sort of stuff.
But yeah, I have
You're
someone that
hitting on me, Max.
Dragon,
You wish.
Dragonborn. My skin's kind of leathery.
Yeah, I don't think you go that way, Balazar.
You're right.
But yes, I have someone that I am trying to get out of hell. So I'm looking for devils that have left hell and finding out how they got out. Hopefully finding a loophole to sneak my associate out.
Mother, brother, sister, lover, father.
No, they just a person I know.
They are
Right,
more,
you know. Wink,
And
wink.
it's very important to them to get out of hell.
they are more significant than just a person you know if you want them out of hell so badly.
Well, yes, they have my soul. It's a whole thing.
They have your soul.
It's part of the deal. I get them out of hell, I get the soul back. Hell's really bad. I do not want to go back.
All right, you guys sail back to Mintarn. Been gone 2.5 days or so.
Should you message Chi Banazar, see if she found anything, any place good?
I will do as such.
I will message you on the on the voyage. We're on our way back. Have you found a good spot for an ambush? Where should we meet?
Right. She did found a cave, so your choices are a cave or kind of out in the open. Assuming the thing comes at all.
How big is the cave?
We don't know that yet. That would cost
Well,
several
she would
messages.
know. The cave would be very tight for a battle with an ancient dragon, but it's the best she has.
Probably better than fighting out in the open. I mean, I don't think Raylan would really be able to do anything. Unless you can do stuff to opponents in the air.
Not really.
Also, everybody deduct 35 gold pieces for living expenses. That's just the first.
Ouch, I'm poor.
Me too.
A lot of days have gone by.
What's that?
A lot of days have gone by. Let's see.
Well, it's the
Yep.
2.5 that you're in the water, and then the one that I forgot to do it. So what's the plan?
I guess we're gonna go get TPK'd by a dragon, right?
In the forest or in a cave?
I'm okay with the cave.
In the cave, I guess.
All right. I will
Flying
reveal-
seems like a problem.
I will reveal.
Can we just find some hire? Are there any? Can we just hire any hirelings in the town want to come fight a dragon? Flotsam, Jetsam.
I mean,
we
you
gotta
could take Flotsam and Jetsam with you.
we got a couple of like decent fighters on the ship, right? Do they want to come? Anybody? We'll pay them a lot. Give them a cut of the dragon's horde. We have like 15 mariners or something, right?
We get the dragon in the cave with Blossom Jetson. We seal off the cave. 10 days later, we go back in. The dragon's dead. Blossom's still telling the story to the dragon. Died because of the story.
So here's your ambush cave.
It's
There's
black.
only one opening big enough for Hundarth to fit through, and it's this one. Oh, you guys can't see it, right? Hold on. Let me take the fog off. Since you guys would be planning this out. So the only opening big enough for Hundarth to come through is this one.
Alright. How wide is it?
Exactly what,
Right.
what it says here.
Okay. Looks like you'd have to squeeze through at least one part of it.
Yep, it would be a tight fit faux show.
I can pull out an iron door that's up to 10 feet wide and put in there to seal off an exit. Looks like right here would work.
I think if anyone in there is going to be using an exit, it'll probably be us.
Probably. But if we do manage to get weakened, if he tries to escape, then at least Iron Door might slow him down. I don't know, can dragons open up doors like that? Or would he just bust right through it?
I believe it would be difficult for us to have anything that would stop him in particular.
So the Mariners don't want to come fight a red dragon with us.
That is correct. Yes.
How about Flotsam and Jetsam?
We can
would
see
come
this
with
whole
you.
map, by the way, if we're not supposed to.
No, you can. You guys
Okay.
were picking an ambush spot, right? So you would know what it was. You would know what was there. So what's the plan?
How tall is the ceiling?
Coming in, it's not very tall, but it opens up. It's like basically barely big enough for him to kind of squeeze through up here. But in the main area, it peaks out because it kind of goes into the side of the mountain and peaks out at about 100 feet tall.
Okay,
It's a
and
big cave.
are these spots, are they
They're
just
rocks.
raised?
They're kind of rocks in the water.
Okay. Oh, so this is all water.
It's always like a water cave in the middle.
Okay.
So if you're more than 10 feet from any of the coast, it's difficult terrain because the water is deep.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. And where do we think the dragon's coming from?
The
There's
north.
only one opening big enough for him.
So how are we luring him here? Here again? Are we having someone from town message him when he comes, or let him know when he comes to collect tribute, or are you just messaging him, Balazar?
Oh my god, we're gonna fucking die in this cave.
So there are two exits other than the one he's coming in at. This one exits to the mountain, and there's one down here too.
Oh my god, this
I
water
will-
is really rough, huh?
Yeah, more than 10 feet from the edge of the thing, it's difficult terrain.
Just wondering, do you think we could load it, put explosives on the ceiling and just have it all collapse on top of him? Or would that do anything to a ancient dragon?
I think explosives would be inordinately difficult to get a hold of.
Also, Jay, Krax is not affected by the depth of the water, though, because he's too tall. So he does not have to worry about the difficult terrain.
Okay.
Also, me and Lee don't, because we have Land Strider. We moving through non-magical terrain costs you no extra movement.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean we could swim it. Full
God
speed,
damn it.
but-
Yeah, but I think this is it's a water, though. It's not difficult terrain.
I wish it was any other type of dragon so that I could summon my elemental.
Unfortunate. So you guys trying to bait it here? How are you doing that?
Oh, now that we're actually here, this seems like such a bad idea.
I'm gonna message the dragon. I'm going to say I am the advisor to the tyrant. There has been a blue dragon that has asked us for tribute.
Wait, no, wait. Before we do this, can we message, is this already done? Is it too late?
Type out what you're going to message, Aaron.
Balazar should probably go hide in a different spot than she.
I was gonna see
Like,
if we could
Balazar
message,
should maybe go
if
down,
we...
down
What's
here,
the
maybe?
dragon that's our buddy? Why don't we get our buddy dragon here?
Mother Claw?
Yeah, Mother Claw.
She won't come here.
Really? She's a bronze dragon. Bronze dragons hate when dragons are being tyrants.
She won't come here.
We're gonna fucking die.
I'm not spending 2 third-level
Also-
spells for that.
Raylan
I mean,
should
you can
not
always ask. The
be
worst
over
thing
here
she'll
with
say is
me,
no.
But I mean, I can go up here if you prefer.
I mean, I don't. There's nowhere else for me to hide. I don't want to be in the water.
Well, no, but we should spread out and not be on the same corner, so we can't all get breath weaponed. You know what I
Alright.
mean?
So
I
I
feel
could
like
have,
I'm leaving. I'm getting out.
if we're gonna
Maybe here?
retcon, I could have messaged Mother Claw on the way back.
Okay. Type out what you're going to send Mother Claw.
It's hiding over here, then, I guess.
Make sure to emphasize how evil the dragon is. And the people are all suffering.
Might want to say it by name in case she has any personal beef with it too.
Yeah.
What's the name of the dragon again?
And say
Hundar.
it's been talking shit about her.
Smack on you, yeah.
She's been talking shit. Oh, and actually,
What's the name of the island again?
this will probably make a huge difference.
Mintar.
Darn.
Rex has 50 HP, not 30.
This might be the very first fight I'm going to be using absorb elements on.
I know, right? Like, I
I get it.
definitely have that prepared. Ready to go.
To,
I'll use all my first, second, and third level spells on absorb elements if I have to.
I'm planning on trying to save at least one third level. I'm going to use one on haste and then save one, hopefully, for revivify.
You're so lucky that you have haste. And revivify. That's crazy. I don't have either of those.
Yeah, haste is from my subclass.
Is revivify available for us?
Yeah,
Oh, then I definitely should take that on.
it's a third level spell.
Okay. I didn't see revivify on my spell choices. Otherwise, I definitely would have taken that. Yeah, my third level spells here are super helpful.
What do you have? Flame arrows?
Yeah, flame arrows. And a Chardalon stride, which makes fire damage where I walk. Yeah. That's why I like I said, probably those third level spell slots, good use for absorb elements.
Hey Balazar, do we want to switch spots? That way you're closer to an exit.
I want everyone at the start to be grouped together, which I know sounds crazy,
Why?
but I want him to waste his breath weapon on my cube of force because it will do nothing.
Oh.
Well, there's no guarantee he would use it if we're all inside of a cube of force. Or it's invisible.
Invisible.
Yeah, it's invisible. He wouldn't know.
Unless he has a sight that lets him see invisible stuff.
He doesn't.
He probably doesn't.
You don't think that an ancient dragon could have true sight?
He could have true sight, but hopefully he doesn't.
They have blind sight and tremor sense usually, not true sight.
Well, I mean, we could try it.
Let's abandon mission. Abandon plot. We're going to Tendrix's Fortress.
No, it's too late. We're committed. We're here.
We're gonna die.
Oh,
If it starts getting really sketchy, we run.
yeah. Well,
If
that's-
it's
I've already
You
feel
do
sketchy.
have 2 exits that he can't fit through, supposedly.
if it starts getting really sketchy, I can switch my cube of force to be don't let anything through, and I can cast teleportation circle and we can get out of here.
The only thing is we'd all have to group up first for that.
Well, then I guess the plan is if things get start getting really bad, then get to Balazar and yeah. Pull the
All right. Well,
ripcord.
how are you trying to get him here?
Okay, I'm gonna message him, and I will say,
That's a bad message.
Which one?
The one where it's like, oh no, he's way too strong. Are you crazy?
Good luck though.
how, which part of the island are we on? Like northeast side, northwest side?
Yeah, wherever. Say northwest.
Let's see.
I assume I would know that protection from good and evil probably wouldn't help me at all against him, right?
Red dragons are inherently evil.
Yeah, except it doesn't really say evil, it just says aberrations,
just says
celestials,
fiends.
elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
It is
Yeah, it
not
would
one
not
of
be.
those. It is not any of those.
Right.
As soon as I send that message, I will start a short rest and try to get arcane recovery in, if I can, before he gets here.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun fight for me. I'm running
Oh my god, we're so
1,
boned.
2, 3, 4, 5 of our characters.
Who has the conch for the
Oh
Merid?
yeah, the conch. That's a good call.
Oh yeah, we blow the conch. We for sure blow the conch.
I think Balazar has a
Well, I think
oh,
it only
okay.
lasts for an hour, right? So we want to make sure he's coming.
Yeah,
before
no,
we blow the
we're
conch,
yeah. Sultan Klaptikos, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
So which one was the one he could potentially come through?
The north one.
The north one, okay.
I think you should probably be over where I'm at, just so you're closer to an exit.
I'm close to an exit over here.
Alright.
Having the Merid's big.
Oh, another thing I would have done is I would have switched my my cantrips. I would have switched to chill touch.
And if it matters, I am stealthing. I assume we all
Oh
are
yeah,
hiding.
we're all still.
Can't Merids like summon more Merids? Isn't that a thing? They can summon something.
Let me
We should
get you
summon a
guys
Marut.
his sheet. 1 second.
See, we should summon a Marut.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Hold on. Is it this one? No. It's this one?
Let's have the Merid summon another Merid or whatever it can do. It does something.
Is
Someone's
it-
like-
Oh, it's
Meridception.
Someone's like a big fish or something.
Is it magic items? Oh, here he is. I will let you guys all have access to his character sheet. So
Oh,
you
boy.
can do with it what you will.
Sure, why not? I'll run that one too. I'm only running.
Sure.
No, Jay.
I assumed she would let us know if that it's immune to fire and any vulnerabilities it has.
Oh, he can conjure an elemental.
Cool.
That's what it is. That'll help.
Yeah. We almost start to look like the one inside here.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I said almost.
Where's this sheet at?
This is your response. And Chi, you also get a message of sending to you shortly after the response.
Oh,
She gets that response?
The top one, oh, I don't know why I didn't do it. So the top one before the break is the response to Balazar. The second one that starts with "I know who you are," that was the sending directly at Chi.
Oh.
conjure elemental.
Well, that
And
one
now we're going to
lasts
take
an
a
hour.
2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Sold and summoning a water elemental.
You should probably wait.
Why? We want the water elemental already.
Well, we want it already, but we want it like
It's water.
right. But we want to be sure that it's here when the dragon's here, not before the dragon gets here. We don't know how long the dragon's going to take to get here.
I guess that's fair. Oh my god, we're so dead.
Almost likely here coming through the cave then. And then you
We're
can
super
come
fucking
with
dead.
them.
I have 0 range.
We're not gonna die. It's fine.
We're gonna die. Or maybe even worse is the dragon gets pissed off and goes and murders the whole town now. It goes full like Smo in the Hobbit movies. Like it gets pissed and it just goes and attacks the man village. So we're gonna kill all those poor people are gonna die because of us.
Well, they were gonna die anyway.
Probably.
All we have to do is play the best D&D of our lives. Are you guys ready?
I'm so not ready.
Well, you better get ready.
All right, is everybody here?
I'm here.
It's going to be the true battle of action economy versus
We're fucked. We're so fucked. There's no way.
I don't know, you guys have brought in a lot of reinforcements. I'm very curious to see how this is going to go,
It's
honestly.
gonna go so bad. It's gonna go bad almost immediately.
How long does it take the dragon to get here, Brian?
About 30 minutes after you get the original message.
30 minutes is when he shows up.
Yeah.
I don't get my spell slot back.
You hear and feel.
I can't control the token of the mer guy, by the way.
Which one?
The mermaid guy.
The Marid.
Really? Hold on a minute.
I cannot either.
Krax roars once he hears the dragon coming,
Hold on.
as if to tip off the dragon as to where we are.
Can I have a held action too for when I see him?
And Krax is not hiding down here, by the way.
Hold on a minute. Right now.
I cannot. I don't know if Thomas can.
Can you move him?
I can't. No.
Really?
Nope, I can't even select him.
The it shows all players, all players.
Is that for Sultan Clapico?
Try now.
Nope.
Nope.
Weird.
That is
That's-
very weird. Oh, hold on a minute. I know why.
Are you putting on
I
regular
know
Marid instead of
why.
Sultan?
I just figured it out. Now do it.
Nope.
No,
Oh no.
You didn't figure it out.
I did. Hold on. Now try.
Nope.
Nope.
Really?
Really?
Nope.
Pretty funny.
I have no idea then. Hold on. Let me try it this way.
Now we can.
Now try.
Yep.
Can you move both? Wait, that's the
Uh,
official one. There you go.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna be as deep below the water as he can be, and
And you do have access to his character sheet, right?
yes.
Yeah.
And he's gonna summon a water elemental once we hear the dragon coming right next to him.
All right. So about 30 minutes after you get the message, you feel the dragon landing on top of the cave. And then, wow, that was really short. That should have been way longer. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Oh, yeah, that explains why. It was short. Let's try this one.
Do we get a water elemental too?
You hear the dragon roar and it kind of vibrates the cave. And then you start to hear slamming and rocks start falling from the ceiling above. And then another slam. And the whole place vibrates and you feel rocks and boulders dropping from the ceiling and falling into the water.
Oh, that's not good.
And then another slam
Well, should we get out of here?
from above
Yeah, we should run.
with rocks and boulders falling from the ceiling above.
Oh my god.
And for the
I
next
will-
few minutes, you just hear
I will activate my cube of force and tell everyone to gather around me, and I'll set it to phase 2, which makes it so that non-living matter cannot pass through it, which means
Alright.
the rocks falling will not land on us. And if he breath weapons us, it will not hurt us.
So is anybody going to you? Because right now it's only showing you and Leah, right?
I would tell everyone to come to me, whether they actually do or not.
After about 10 to 15 minutes of this incessant slamming,
Are you coming, Raylan?
Yeah, I'll come.
how big can that thing get?
15 feet. So Krax and Sultan can't fit in it.
Yeah, they can.
It's 15. Each side is 15 feet.
Oh, that's
They
bad.
They can't fit
Base-
with
yep.
us.
Basically, it's three blocks cubed. Like, yep, exactly that.
Okay.
All right. Well, the Sultan will just stay underwater then in his little hidey hole.
All right. There you go. So that all the small ones can fit basically. After about 15 minutes of this just incessant pounding and pounding and pounding.
Do you also
Hey,
give me a
ho-
water elemental, Brian? Sorry,
Oh sure, yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt you.
There you go.
Thank you. Sorry.
The roof partially caves in, and there's now a hole in the ceiling. And you see above, staring down at you, is the dragon Hundarth.
That's bad. Him being up there is bad for us.
How big would you say the hole is? Like how wide?
Right now, not quite big enough for him to get through, but you can tell he's going to be fixing that shortly.
Okay.
Oh.
And while we're inside this thing, we can't shoot at him.
Oh, it's 100 feet ceiling. He's not coming from the highest point, so let's say he's 80 feet above you.
Inside the cube of force, they can't shoot at him. He means.
Well, how long was he banging on top of the ceiling?
It took him about 15 minutes to pummel his way through.
Did
Oh my
you
God.
continue to reuse the cube of force? Because it only lasts 1 minute, doesn't it?
It lasts 1 minute, but I can continue to use charges. But does it appear like rocks are gonna fall and damage us?
As long as you are staying out of the area directly under it, and it wouldn't take long for you guys to figure that out, you're reasonably confident that you can avoid them.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I
well,
would
Not
we
100%
We
confident.
should be
but-
split up again, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so I would have only used it for 1 minute then, and then I would have.
All right, so
Can
basically
you-
for
Can you draw a point where that is in the cave? Like,
the hole.
yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, each minute there's a 1 in 20 chance of you getting hit. If you stay wide, he's going to drop in somewhere in here.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're getting out of the cube, huh?
After
Yeah.
So
the
nothing,
minute, yeah.
no 20s. So nobody was hit by falling rocks.
Okay, nice. Close though, 3 19s.
Yeah.
3 really close calls.
Oh, we're
Why
bowing.
is this
I-
not doing this?
I guess as soon as the hole opens, I'd start trying to fire at him,
Yeah, me too.
assuming I can get an angle for where I'm at.
How far away is he? 100 feet.
He's 80 feet
80
up to the
feet up.
ceiling.
Okay, well the Marid would also fly up and start shooting water jets at him.
Okay, hold on a second. Can the Marid fly? Oh yeah, he does can fly.
Yeah,
When I click this, what do you guys see?
Just the
the
Moon
dog.
dragon.
It's a bio.
Oh, do you see the dragon? Because mine screen it's white. It's like not popping up.
no,
Yeah, we
just-
see the dragon.
We just see
Alright.
the dragon.
Excellent. That's what I wanted you to see.
We see his token and then like some artwork to the right.
It's a cool token. Oh, that is a big
Now-
boy.
He's a little close. I probably would have been over here.
And now we're gonna roll initiative.
Ooh, this is fun. I haven't done this in a while.
Oh, he's
I rolled
going
for the Marid.
last. He's going last. He rolled like dog shit.
Alright, so I'm going to try to make this a little easier to manage. As per usual, Rex will go after my turn.
Okay.
I'm going to have Apollo go after Cheese turn, but I
Sure.
would like to have Prax on his own initiative.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Guys, I have no range.
Why did you develop a character with no range?
Is that everybody? Did we get everybody? Balazar. Ironically, you're going first.
All right. Let's see. All right. Okay. What would I cast?
So I'm gonna put 80 feet. So remember, for pure distance, for sake of simplicity, we are gonna add half the height to the length.
Okay.
So like for that, it would be 40 feet plus whatever that is. Max is how far away he is.
30, so 70.
It's the simplistic D&D version of the Pythagorean theorem.
Okay, this doesn't. I'm gonna have my little guy here. He's gonna fly.
He rolled a very low initiative.
Yes, he did.
He's gonna fly over here.
Because FYI, he's not inside yet. He's still standing on the top, like looking down. So he will have partial cover for ranged attacks until he jumps down.
Sure.
Oh, he's still partially outside. Okay. Then I would have this guy fly all the way up to him.
All right.
Within melee, and then cast through him Vampiric Touch.
Okay.
Nice.
18 to hit.
18 does not hit.
Lane.
We're so fucked.
I mean, you knew his AC was going to be over 18.
I have no range.
Is that it for you, Balazar?
Well, time to go attack the dragon then.
That is it for me.
Raylan?
Magic missile.
Yay! Auto damage! Woo! We need to get you a wand of magic missile.
Wait, is it 3 or 4?
It's,
3 at base, I think.
It's 3 for level 1, yeah.
Okay, it's 3 then. So, 10.
He looks at you and laughs.
He's wounded.
First blood.
We'll have the water elemental. Did you? Oh, you rolled for the water. Okay, Sultan
First
Clapicos.
blood.
He's gonna move a little bit. Actually, what's it? Speed 60? He's gonna go over here so we're away from the breath weapon. And then he's gonna shoot a water jet at him.
Cool.
He failed.
Nice.
24 bludgeoning.
All right.
All right, G, get in there. You're level 20. That's what we brought you.
G.
She will run out here. She's got... Actually, you know what? No. Yeah, she is going to use her bonus action to Step of the Wind.
All right.
And as she runs out, you see wings unfurl from behind Chi's back as she takes flight, flying with a speed of 120 feet this round. She
God.
immediately goes directly up to where Hordrath is
All right.
and will attack twice with her Staff of Retribution.
Oh, great.
That is 2 hits.
Yeah, this is why we brought Chi. Can we get Decorin too? Decorin flies in on a ship to save us.
The true multiversal adventure.
Can Rogar be with
For,
Decorin?
20 damage for the first hit, and 19
Yeah, can we get
damage-
Rogar?
19
So-
damage for the second.
Can the dragon even hit Rogar?
Rogar just jumps on behind it, grabs its tail, and just throws it off the
And
mountain.
she is going to
Or punches it down.
She's going to land a la Illuminate on the dragon's back.
Yeah, rest in
Alright.
peace.
The dragon is going to use a legendary action to make a tail attack.
Damn it, it gets those.
At disadvantage due to Chi's
Cloak.
Cloak of Displacement.
Sure, but he's actually doing it to Aaron's annoying pet
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Oh, goodbye, Aaron's pet.
for 16 bludgeoning.
It is alive. It's
Wow.
hurt pretty bad, but it's alive.
Has a plus 14 to hit.
Leah,
Oh man, why did we have to go back to back in the turn order? Oh well. Alright. And yeah, Apollo just kind of looks up at this thing and growls. Let's see. Looks over to Raylan and is like, yeah, seriously. And Leah will just shoot twice at it with a longbow. Yeah, no, not in range to Hunter's Mark. And actually, I think Favored Foe has the same ranged. Does it have a range? No,
I
it's just when you
don't
hit
believe
the-
so.
Yeah, when you hit the enemy. Okay, so yeah, I'll just Favored Foe it then. That's fair enough. That's easy. Like I said,
Nice.
we just gotta play the best D&D of our lives, guys, and we'll be fine.
All right, here comes all nat ones for me.
16 damage on the first hit,
all right.
and 27 on the second hit.
All right.
And and actually, you know what? Rex would have infused that as a bonus action. So let me also give it.
Does Rex need to be closer to you than he is to do that?
Good point. When another creature within 30 feet. Oh god! Damn it! Okay, well,
Doesn't he move on the same turn as you, though? Or is it after you?
it's after. So as a bonus action, Rex will go ahead and fly up, and we're gonna say he's gonna go 40 feet up in the air as well. So he's kind of hovering.
All right.
So yeah, forget the 8 cold damage because yeah, he wouldn't be able to.
Is that it for you?
I'm gonna say he's gonna try to be within 30 feet now.
There we go.
Okay.
Now, if he's 40 feet up in the air, though, he won't be within 30 feet.
We'll say he's 30 then.
So it's half plus the full distance. So if you're 30 feet away and 30 feet up, you're 45 feet away.
Sounds great. I mean, no. I need it to be 30.
There you go,
30
right.
total, so we'll do that then. He's a little bit up
He's-
in the air, but yeah,
20 feet in the 10 feet up in the air and 20 feet away.
sure.
Max?
I can't use haste and Hunter's Mark on the same turn, right? Because of both spells.
You can cast one spell per turn.
I will go ahead and bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on him,
All right.
and I will shoot at him twice.
All right.
13 and 20.
Both miss.
Oh.
20 misses. Okay.
Is that it for you?
Yeah, I think so. Oh,
Right.
hey, I should be actually, it would actually be 15 and 22. I don't have my fighting style giving me the +2 on those.
The 22 or 20?
It'd be 22. 15 and 22.
Oh, well, the 22 will hit. Well, but he's got partial cover. Do you have something to negate that?
No, I don't think so.
Then you miss.
Alright.
Alright, Krax is gonna fly towards this thing.
Okay.
He is attempting to get within 30 feet. Is that
Okay.
possible from where he is?
So you fly at a diagonal. You basically can what's his flying speed?
80.
Yeah, he's 80 feet up. So if you fly at a diagonal, you could literally be right below him.
He probably doesn't want to use. Well, yeah, okay, that's fine.
But just let me know how far up in the air he is, up to 80 feet.
So 30 is 15. So let's say, so if he's 45 feet in the air,
Right, then he would be 35 feet away in the air, so half that plus 30 is how far he is from it.
how far up does he need to be within 30 feet?
I mean, he could literally go 80 feet up in the air and just be 30 feet away.
Sure, that'll work. Okay, so yeah, he's near the top now, and he is going to cast Lightning Breath.
All right.
Saves. So he takes half of 4d10. So 11.
All right.
That's it for him.
At the end of his turn, he'll take a legendary action and tail attack Balazar's annoying pet again.
Damn, it's dead.
The water elemental's turn.
Why do you attack my pet, Brian?
Because he knows that he wants to get you closer.
I'm not gonna get closer. He's gonna be disappointed.
Water
Also-
elemental is technically still invisible because he's under the water, so he just looks like water.
All right.
And he's just gonna wait for this guy to land and hold an action to dash towards him if he gets closer.
All
Hold an
right.
action to attack if he lands, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna land in the water though.
He will use his last legendary action to attack G at disadvantage. 21.
21 just misses.
Interesting. All right. Now it is Hundarth's turn. This is everybody, by the way. Hmm.
Literally not possible for me to pass it, so
So now you can't even get closer.
Oh, DC 21. I just barely.
So close.
Ah!
And what does inspiration do? Does it just allow us to reroll it?
let's you add
And
a
adds it.
D6.
You add a dice to it. D6, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like G's good.
She's totally fine.
As
This
expected.
is very familiar territory for Chi.
Yep.
Rex is gonna fail.
Is that everybody? Sultan Clapicos has to make one. Apollo has to make one. Rex has to make one.
Did they get to repeat those
Oh,
saves?
Apollo.
At the end of
succeeds.
your turn.
Apollo's like, whatever. Not my first dragon, dude.
Like, fine, kill me. I just come back anyway, bitch.
Is that everybody?
Doesn't look like the Sultan did.
Apollo, I'm
Sultan Clapicos needs to make a wisdom save to not be preferred.
Who's running the Sultan?
Thomas?
Oh, I am. Water jet.
No, he's got to make a wisdom
He's gotta
save
make
to be
a wisdom-
afraid.
Whoops.
He's afraid.
What? Oh no!
All right.
Well, that's just a check. Is this would he have add his proficiency or anything like that?
Oh, that was a save.
For on his turn, he will fly 80 feet straight up, taking Shi with him.
Okay.
I rolled a wisdom.
That's
check.
our chance to
Okay.
escape.
And then it will attack Chi 3 times.
Okay.
34. 20. Is he at disadvantage anymore?
No, not after the first hit.
So 21 misses though, right?
So once the 34 hits, then yeah, but it is straight roll. So yeah, 21 misses. Yes. And that hits.
17 on the first one. And
19 on the second.
oh no, the bite does fire damage as well.
Oh.
So 19. So it's 17 slashing on the claws, and then 19 piercing and 18 fire on the bite.
Okay. So
And you guys are now 80 feet above the mountain.
Okay.
Balazar?
I can't see him anymore, can I?
Nope.
Well. Here's a question, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that if I cast Resilient Sphere on Thomas, it would clear his fear?
No, it would not, because the fear is not a magical effect.
It doesn't say magical effect, it says
I don't know.
effects.
He does fears immune to all damage, creature, blah, blah, blah. Sphere is weightless, enclosed creature. I don't see anything there that would make not afraid.
The creature, the sphere is immune to all damage, and a creature or object inside cannot be damaged by attacks or effects originating from outside, nor can a creature inside. Well, I mean,
Can't
it
be
wouldn't be
able
able to be damaged.
I mean, damaged by attacks or effects. Yeah, so there's not damaging it.
Okay.
No damaging. No, I would say it would have no effect on the fear.
Okay. I'm gonna hold a chill touch to see if I see the dragon.
All right, Raylan. Oh, if you're afraid, don't forget to make a Wisdom save at the end of your turn.
Okay.
So, Balazar, you passed though, huh?
I did. Raylan literally cannot pass it though.
So he's 160 feet away?
He is 160 feet away, flying over the mountain. Yes.
But doesn't that remove the fear?
No.
Oh,
In order to trigger it in the first place, he needs to be within 120 feet.
yeah.
I'm just afraid. It's not like a magical effect. It's just your character is scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do shit, so.
I don't
Sultan
think any-
Clapicos.
I don't think any of us can. He's 160 feet away.
I can still shoot at him, assuming I can see him.
Well, you'd have to move like right under the hole in the floor.
Into the difficult terrain water.
Yeah, the Sultan's just gonna hold an action to shoot some water towards this guy if he comes
All
back
right.
into the hole.
He
I
can
should
make
also
a-
mention that if things get really bad, he does have plane shift, so we could all get to him and vamp out.
have him make his fear. He may take his fear check.
Which plane would we shift to?
Any plane that's not doesn't have a dragon trying to kill us on.
How
A
would
plane
do
where we
that?
can go ask him a route to come help us kill this thing.
Oh, so sigil, huh?
Yeah, he passed.
He did pass. Is that it for the Sultan?
Yep.
G.
Good luck out there.
She's gonna attack twice with her Staff of Retribution.
Both of those will hit.
Okay. (22) and 14. And then she is going to bonus action, Step of the Wind, to disengage as she leaps off and will pre-fall 60 feet towards the
Okay,
hole.
so you're 20 feet above the hole.
Okay.
Ground.
Well, yeah, 'cause you would fall at 60 feet per round, right?
Right.
Okay. And that's her turn.
Leah.
As she's falling, she sort of mawkishly flaps her wings towards the dragon like it's chicken. Leodell will hold her action to shoot as soon as she can see the dragon.
All right. Max
So I can't see the dragon from where I'm at.
cannot see the dragon from where you're at.
Then I will.
Leah, you can retake the save too for the fear effect.
I will also hold an attack action. And that'll
And
be
if you
like-
failed your max, you can retake it.
Best.
Oh, still afraid. You actually couldn't move closer anyway, as long as you have that effect on you. Cracks?
Cracks will fly up. What is it? Probably it's probably only around 40 feet to catch Chi, right?
Well, remember, he went right up to the ceiling, so he would be pretty close.
30.
Okay. Well, he's got 80 feet, so he's gonna catch Chi, and then they're gonna fly down together, back down into the. But yeah, at this point, Chi is on Cracks' back, so we'll put him like that.
All right.
So he would have gone 80 feet down, and then he is going to hold Blessed Breath if the dragon comes within a 30-foot cone. Oh, and
all right.
He does get his lightning breath back, and
Excellent.
Oh, does that constitute going closer to the dragon? I guess it kind of does, huh?
100%. Yeah, he had to
So
fly up there to get you.
Okay, I guess he could not have done that.
He could not have done that.
He would have flown down and under Chi, so he could catch, but not closer.
So he'd still be inside the cave then.
He would still be inside the cave.
Right?
Yeah. But he's ready to catch Chi when she continues to fall.
All right. Is that it for you?
Yep. Still holding the same action.
Water elemental?
Water
you know
element
what?
stays in the water. Blah blah blah.
Jay, I think moving underneath it would still be moving closer to the dragon.
Not if I did it in a way that was downward.
Oh, that's true. Fair enough. Yep. You kind of do a little circle thing. Yep. Makes sense.
Yep.
All right. On Hundarth's turn, he is going to cast Wall of Force to plug up the hole.
Nice.
And then he is going to go right next to Chi. So you guys are flying right next to each other. Balazar?
I will cast Dispel Magic at Wall of Force.
All right. You gonna upcast it?
No.
So I think you... Can you... I don't... Does Dispel work the same way?
It is
It
immune
works
to all
great.
damage and can't be dispelled by Dispel Magic.
Oh, you're right. It says it right there.
Oh, you're right. It can't be.
It has to be
dispelled.
like Disintegrate or something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Disintegrate
that's it.
spell.
I wouldn't have cast it because I would have known that.
Yes, you would have known that.
Well, that sucks.
Oh, Chi's all right.
Is that it for you, Balazar?
Well, I will hold Chill Touch. There's nothing else I can do.
As a legendary action, it will use its wing attack on Chi.
At disadvantage. Oh, not at disadvantage. Okay.
And obviously you can't be knocked prone when you're falling, though.
Okay. Well, I fail, but with evasion, I still succeed.
You take half of 17 rounded up, so 8.
Okay.
All right. And Raylan.
I'm gonna hold. I'm not gonna hold anything. I'm just gonna hang out.
All right, you
Isn't-
can remake your save. Can you even make the save?
No, I can't.
He's got a -1. He can't make the save.
Permanently.
Did
I'm always afraid of this guy from now on. He's very scary.
Didn't
All right,
the,
you-
It's only for a minute.
the Merid made the save.
Yep.
So we should make it so he's not feared.
At the end of Raylan's turn, he will use a legendary action again to make a tail attack on Chi. 23
23 hits.
for 24 bludgeoning damage.
All right.
How big was the hole? Brand,
Couldn't
like,
fit more than 10 feet.
The hole is just big enough for him to squeeze through, which means it's half the size of him.
Would that be 10 feet?
It'd be 10 feet by 10 feet.
Okay.
It would be Sultan's turn. I accidentally skipped that. Sultan's turn.
He can make it 10 foot by 10 foot panels anyway. Wall of Force can be huge.
Sultan doing anything?
He's holding the water jet in case the dragon comes back in.
Chi?
Alright, so Chi going to continue to fall. It would fall out of the range of the dragon. Yeah,
Sure.
right?
Hmm?
Is that considered forced movement, which doesn't...
No. Yeah,
That's correct.
No attack
Yeah,
of
that's-
opportunity.
No attack of
Okay.
opportunity. Because you're not choosing to do it, it's just happening.
And then before Chi hits the ground, she will use a bonus action to step with the wind. Her wings unfurl, and she'll fly and start running down the mountain towards the original opening.
Okay.
She will also use her action to dash.
Alright.
So she gets 60 base, 60 for her bonus action, and then 60 for her action. So she goes
Alright, so-
180 feet.
So let's do a little math here to find out which entrance you're going towards. This one is probably the
northern
closest.
One, the one that's big enough for him to get into. She's trying to
so
lead
you're
him
running-
through there.
Okay. So how far? If you're flying along the surface of the mountain, basically.
Yeah,
It's kind of like basically right across the ground.
sure. I mean, she would probably
Okay.
actually hit the ground at one point and just actually run.
All right. So how many feet over would she be then?
It would kind of depend on the terrain, right? Like if it was.
It's
slow her
light
down.
forest.
Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, she probably would fly, whatever allowed her to move the full movement without being slowed.
Okay. So put yourself how far away he is then.
I'm confused.
Like she's running this way, right?
Sure.
So how many feet away would he be on the top of the mountain?
Well, 20 feet down from where you were, and then
Right.
160 for the rest, so 170 since he's still 20 feet above. If we're doing it that way.
So you'd be actually off the map.
Right.
Yeah.
How far up is the entrance?
The entrance here, you'd have to go basically halfway down. So, say if this thing is 100 feet tall, it's 50 feet lower than the top of the cave.
No,
The
so
water would be running downward.
she would be able to make it into.
So you'd basically be right. You'd actually be, if my math is right, almost at the entrance over here.
Okay.
Not quite. Maybe 15 feet away, running down the hill.
Okay.
Is that it for Chi?
Perfect. Let's see if it can go that fast and around. Probably can, but
Is that it for Chi?
that's it for Chi.
Leah.
Leah's gonna continue to hold her action to shoot. If the dragon is in, she will repeat her wisdom saving throw at the end of the turn. Damn.
Max.
Should have had a hero's feast.
I will. Say cheat. There. I will guess just continue holding my attack action then as well.
All right. Cracks.
Holding the blessed breath weapon.
And did you read your wisdom save, Max?
I passed last time.
Okay, great. Water elemental.
The water elemental stays.
All right. So I want to make sure I get this right. On a concentration spell, you can just opt to drop it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Hundarth will land at the opening to the hole, drop his concentration on the Wall of Forest, and cast right over here to get Leah, Balazar, and Rex.
When he casts that, I guess I would take my attack, seeing that the wall of force is down, to be able to cast through it.
Sure.
When he probably doesn't hit.
20 does not hit, especially with cover as well.
There.
So Rex, Leah, and Balazar all need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Not yet. It's not till next turn.
Oh, you're right.
It's a delayed blast fireball.
Mm-hmm. So hold on. I'll make sure I put it in the right place.
At this point, I would see him.
No, because he can end it at the end of this turn or opt to get it bigger. So at the end of the turn, he'll just detonate it, leaving it at 12d6.
Wait, let me see.
Because he can end concentration on it. At
Correct.
any time.
So if at the end of your turn you don't detonate it, it gets bigger. But he's not waiting to detonate it; he's just detonating it.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice for Rex.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to be casting Absorb Elements.
Are we all on that?
Leah, Rex, and Balzar. Actually, let me look at the. It could be further.
Leah will also
20
cast Absorb Elements.
A 20-foot spear or sphere.
Sphere.
So yeah, I think it's only gonna be the 3 of you.
You'd have to be right here to get.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't-
only-
You can't get Raylan and me.
Nope.
Or Raylan.
It's
and
Leah, Balazar, and Rex.
All right, roll damage.
39 damage.
Halved to 20.
Halved 20. And halved 20. That wasn't so bad. And at this point, my shots would go off, right?
So would my
At disadvantage because I'm still afraid.
Doesn't
So-
matter for you.
20,
Doesn't.
27 hits, I'm sure.
Well, it'd be partial cover, so it'd be 25, but it still hits. Yeah.
Oh, do we get 2 attacks when we do that?
No, you only make 1 attack as a
Oh.
held action.
Okay,
Yeah.
Alright.
there
But
you
the
go.
first one still hits anyway.
16 damage. And he's not within 30 feet of
Man, the worst part of dragons is the flying, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a shame that he didn't hold his delayed blast fireball. I wonder why he cast that and then didn't hold it to blow up.
Make sure you guys don't run away from it.
I wasn't going to run from it. I was going to keep it from doing anything, but I wasn't going to run from it.
Is that it for? Well, that's it for him.
Yeah, it's his turn. But
Yep.
he's not within 30 feet of the opening, right?
He's basically
within-
standing
sorry.
on the opening. He's
Sorry,
standing
not
on the
within
opening.
30 feet of where Krax is right now.
No, because Cracks would be kind of close to the bottom, the way he had to skirt around. So.
Okay.
Would
Balzar?
Would a 23 have hit him for when he came into my line of sight when while I was holding?
So a 22 is his AC, but he has +2 to partial cover.
Okay.
Your turn, Balzar.
I will take 2 steps forward. And I will cast Enervation on him. Is that an attack or does he need to make a save? Yeah, he needs to make a dex save. He fails. So that's...
Now remember though, he's 80 feet up, so you can't just be 60 feet away from there.
Okay, well then
See,
I'll
it's
move.
it's 40. You're 40 feet further away than whatever the distance is. So you need to actually move up to 20 feet onto him on the grid.
Okay. There, I'll move to there. Is that close enough then?
No, because it's 40. So you basically add 40 to whatever the ruler says.
You're 90 feet away right now.
So you need to be about right here.
You have to be.
Alright, so I was back here.
Mm-hmm. And
The
then once you
range
get
is-
out,
the range is 60?
Yeah, the range is 60.
Isn't
so
he like
if I
80
get
feet in the air? So there's like.
yeah. That's what we're talking about.
So, I mean, actually, even if you were directly underneath him, it wouldn't be close enough because he's 80 feet in the air.
Right.
Wait, how far away did he cast a leg blast fireball? We were more
Range
than
res-
150 feet away.
No, so hold on. So then we add plus, because you got to do the triangle. So you add half again, so it's 65 plus 40 is 105 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, easily within range.
3D fighting is stupid.
I know.
I won't cast anything.
Can't just have the dragon just jump down and fight us all in 2D world, can you?
No, I don't think the dragon would do that. It's an ancient red dragon. I'm trying to fight him as intelligently as possible. Flying into a room full of people who want to throw a bunch of magic at him doesn't seem great.
I won't cast anything. I'll come over here. I will activate my Cube of Force to make it completely negate magic.
All right. Got it for you?
So for 1 minute, no magic can hit me or Leodo.
Does it move?
It stays with me.
Okay. Raylan?
I'm hanging out. I'm afraid.
Sultan?
He's gonna try to water jet if he sees the dragon.
He does see the dragon. He could try to...
Is he within 60 feet of him?
No.
Can he fly to be within 60 feet of him?
Yes, absolutely. If he flew to
He'll fly
like
to be within 60 feet of him.
somewhere like...
He's
So
not-
we'll say he flew...
He's not afraid of him, right?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope, he did
good.
pass that. So he would need to be 40. So he'd need to be about... Here, that's 60 feet away.
So half that in water
Wow,
damage.
that's a good roll.
Shame you made the deck save.
Fuck you, dragon.
G.
Keeps running.
All right, so it's 15 feet to get to the entrance, and then you'd be right here. Literally right there.
Okay. So then she'll go 6. So she's got 60. So 45 left. From here, can she see the dragon?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then she will stay right here. And she will take 2 shots with her longbow.
All right. Both miss.
22 misses.
Yep, because of the partial cover.
24.
So the 24 would hit, actually, because it's 22 plus 2. So 24 hits,
That's
22
what I was
misses.
saying.
Yeah. That's Chi, though, right? Not Leah.
Yeah, not
Right.
Leah. But she still knows how to work a longbow. 17 damage.
All right.
She does yell up into the cave that he's being a coward.
How many feet away is he from Raylan right now? Is
Or
he-
add 40 to whatever the actual... So what, 40 plus that?
Okay, okay.
And she is going. Actually, she is going
mean
to use
80
a
plus
bonus
that?
action to activate
Isn't it
her
80?
Yeah,
aspect of the
I think it is 80 plus that.
Well, he's 80 feet up in the air, but you got to remember it's a diagonal.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's why it's half, because it makes it simplistic to do that.
You now see she is radiating a fire aura around her within 30 feet.
A fire aura?
More like an anti-fire aura, but yes.
Okay.
Leah?
Leah will shoot up towards the dragon twice.
Will the wall of force will that prevent her from shooting through it?
He dropped that.
Alright.
He wouldn't have been able to cast. For one, he wouldn't have been able to cast Delayed Blast Fireball.
Cube of Force is only blocking
your
magic.
Cube of
Force
Force.
is only blocking magic.
Okay, that's what I was asking, yeah.
Yeah, Cube of Force currently is only blocking magic.
And Leah's no longer afraid, right?
Oh no, Leah is afraid.
He is
actually.
afraid.
So it's a disadvantage.
Yes.
Why can't I roll like that?
So those are misses. And you can re-roll your wisdom save. And then max.
Damn.
I will cast haste on myself.
Okay.
Have
and then
Fear.
attack him once with that extra attack action from haste. Not that it matters, because I can't roll anything high enough.
Cracks.
Cracks really can't do anything from here. I guess he's just.
Max, are you still afraid? You can re-roll your thing.
He's gonna
No,
repeat
not
his.
afraid.
You're good.
He's gonna repeat his wisdom saving throw at the end of his turn. Unfortunately.
Water elemental still just hiding in the water.
Yeah, really, it was kind of a waste of summoning him.
So far.
See if he comes down here.
On Hundarth's turn, he will cast Greater Invisibility.
No!
That's terrifying.
Balzar.
I will cast. Let's see, how far away was he?
So,
I have advantage to see invisible creatures.
So how far away was he?
About 110.
75 plus 40. It's about 115.
I will cast a spell magic on Greater Invisibility.
I see something.
I will use a 4th level spell slot, so I don't have to roll. It's just gone.
Okay.
Can that magical effect pass through your cube of force?
I will deactivate my Cube of Force first. I can do that as a free action.
Nice.
Is that it for you?
Mhm.
All right.
Is he still up in the same place?
Same place.
Okay.
Raylan.
And I would also move. Let me
Remember,
check
difficult terrain when you're more than 10 feet from the shore.
Let me check something. So how many feet? It's 80. I can't possibly get close enough for that to matter. Damn it. Okay, no, that's it.
Raylan.
I might have to wait for him to come down.
Magic missile.
All right.
At
At
third level.
disadvantage.
You only get 3. Or did
It's
you?
at third level.
3rd level, okay.
So what's the total?
15.
Excellent. Sultan Clapicos.
Water jet.
Pew.
$24 damage.
Nice. He's starting to show a little bit of wear.
Fuck
Chink.
this guy.
She is going to cast Silence.
Oh, that's what I was gonna do.
Where?
Covering the area of the hole where he is currently
Alright.
where he's currently staying.
All right. An oldie but a goodie there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we love silence, especially. Well, I guess it was the campaign before that. We really loved it, but it's always
Leah?
Technically, it was 2 campaigns ago.
good. Yeah.
And she'll actually, as a bonus action, she'll use Deafness to take the dodge action. Leah will shoot twice, as she has been doing the whole fight. Pulling back arrows and just pew-pewing. Both at disadvantage, both miss. And then at the end of her turn, she still fails.
Max.
It feels bad.
I will shoot my bow. 23, 24, and 13.
Whoa.
23 misses, 24 hits, 13 misses.
Okay.
Haste.
For 10.
All right. Cracks.
I'll move back over here, so hopefully it can't see me.
He's just gonna fly
Maybe.
down and over here and land. And then he'll repeat his save. Nope. It's a DC 22, right?
21.
21. So, yeah, he's got to get a 19 or a 20.
Is that it for cracks?
That's it for cracks.
Water elemental?
Blub blub blub. Stays there. Useless.
Hundarth tucks his wings behind him, ducks into the hole, flies to here, and casts Fire Breath to the left. That's going to be Rex, Balazar, and Leah.
I really wanted to have my cube of force up for that, and I didn't.
Oh,
Oh, Leonel's dead.
I can't make that
well,
deck save.
more likely unconscious, but yeah.
You guys are both.
You have absorb elements.
It's a
So-
91 average.
I'm going to use absorb elements
Yeah.
because I can't make that
Yeah, would
deck
also
save.
use absorb elements.
Did you make the? You can't make the deck save, Balazar.
It's 24, dude. I'm a wizard.
85.
Yeah, and fuck
Okay.
you for asking.
Half that is 43. Leonel
Yep.
is still conscious.
I have 5 health, and I am going
Rex
to.
is not. Rex is gone.
I am going to retaliate with using Bond of Mutual Suffering, and he's going to take 85 damage. Oh, I guess damage equal to the damage I took, so he's going to take 45.
Does it specify what kind of damage?
It's necrotic, I believe.
Doesn't specify one way or the other.
Well, they just take damage equal to the damage I took. It doesn't matter what type it is; they take that much.
No, I know
damage.
that, but what kind of damage? Because there's damage immunities and resistances and stuff.
This, I believe, it doesn't matter. They take that much damage. Is the gist. So he would take what, 43 damage?
Yeah.
All right. Balazar?
I will activate the cube of force. I will prevent everything from going through it.
Okay. That it for you?
Let me see how much juice that takes. 5. Okay, and earlier I used spell, so I need to take 9 off. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Hundarth will take a legendary action and tail attack Raylan.
That's just rude.
Didn't the water elemental have a hold attack?
He's above. He's
Oh, he's
still
flying above water.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
still flying.
How high up?
He's 20 feet up.
Oh, well then Krax would have released his Blessed Breath if he was within 30 feet.
He's. I don't think he's within 30 feet.
He is.
No, he's not because he's still halfway.
35.
So
Yeah.
35. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
He is within the water elemental's punching range now. 20 feet. The water,
When he flies right underneath him, he's like, ugh, ugh.
the water elemental can go up to 20 feet above the water. You can punch him.
Raylan?
Water punches.
Pew 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 pew. Actually, I will try to infernal conduit him. So he has to make a.
Oh my god, that's a lot of words.
He has to make a con save, DC 16. Okay, never mind then.
He has a plus 16.
Oh, cool.
Is that it for you?
Yeah.
He will use a legendary action to tail attack you.
Yeah, he will.
19 bludgeoning. Sultan?
The Sultan's gonna move up into melee and do some trident attacks.
Alright. Ooh, spicy.
Ooh. Nice.
Get him, Sultan!
Is that it for you?
Yeah.
He will use a legendary action and tail attack Graylin.
Fucker!
Chi?
She
Gonna
is
die,
going
guys.
to
Need to run away.
I'm guessing that she can't just jump that high. So I guess she's gonna again use bonus
Doesn't-
action step. of
Can't
the
she
wind.
jump really far?
He's only 20 feet up.
I don't think she has anything that helps her jump that high.
Other than her
Other than-
ridiculous speed.
Well, I mean, other than doing the bonus.
I seem to remember her having some crazy jump ability.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're thinking of is step of the wind because it like triples your jump distance. She
That
can
might be.
climb. She has a climbing speed as her racial, but yeah. So she will use bonus action step of the wind and just fly up again onto his back.
All right.
And she is going to attack.
All right.
Let's see.
Try to stun him.
I know. I was thinking about that. I mean, what is the DC? Her save DC is 18.
Well,
So it's not-
he'd have to roll a 1.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not impossible.
Probably has
Yeah.
legendary resist too.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I want to. Yeah, that 33 hits.
For 15. And sure, what the hell? Stunning strike.
So what is this?
I got some key points to burn.
Is it a con save?
Let's see.
It's con.
Yeah. All right. And that's it for Chi.
Leah.
And we are no longer under the effects of that cube thing, right?
We are under the effects of Cuba Force where it blocks everything, but I don't know if you know that.
Okay.
I'm sure you probably would have said it.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys would know each other well enough to where.
So I know I can't shoot at him currently.
Right.
Okay. Well, then Leah. I have a potion? I do. I have a potion of healing. Why not? You never know.
Max?
And I'll take the
Alright.
dodge action.
I will move up here. I will take my shots at it. I'm within 30 feet, so I'll use Planar Warrior.
Miss.
Jeez. And then
Well, you're rolling like ass.
That
today,
one hits.
Marcus.
I know my attack rolls are horrible.
It's really unfortunate.
That's not wow, and those damage rolls were horrible too. But that's 8 plus 9, 17 force damage. And then I will back up.
All right.
And yep, that's in my turn.
Rex?
Yeah, I mean, if he's 35 feet away from me still, Drax
And he can't
really,
move closer. Yep.
He can't move closer, so he will hold his action to
I come back this way.
Blessed Breath if he comes within 30 feet, and
All right.
he will repeat his Wisdom saving throw.
Oof. Welly, if one of you goes directly underneath him, you'll be able to attack him.
Oh, could Apollo have maybe tried to jump up high enough to get onto him to start fighting?
20 feet, I don't think so.
For a dog,
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
Okay.
Water elemental, Thomas.
Punch!
Those both miss.
Unfortunate.
Wait, does he have a +0 to his attacks?
+10,
Oh, +10.
I
Okay.
think. Right. +7, sorry.
No breath weapon, so that's good.
Wait a minute, he has a 30-foot tail attack?
It is a 20-foot tail attack, actually.
Well, he was hitting Raylan when he was more than that away
And he
from him.
was. Hold on.
So 20 feet in the air? Okay, yeah,
You're
so
right.
it's still 35.
He couldn't have been hitting Raylan from
You're
there.
right, he could not have. So instead, Raylan, take those points back. But what he will do is when Chi gets up there, he will also get his attacks refunded.
Sure.
So he'll do 1 at Chi.
Yep.
So Chi takes 18 bludgeoning. And then he will also do. Hold on, where is it? Nope. Hold on. Where's Chi in all this? Chi would go there. Oh, he would actually just do 3 of them at Chi. So
Well, she wasn't there the entire time for him to be able to do.
no, but
3
look, after Chi's turn, he would
Yeah,
have all
there's
those other
enough to do
people.
3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Okay.
15 and 18. 13, 15, and 18 on Chi, and Raylan gets hers back.
Cool.
Chi is looking rough.
I think we all are.
All right, anyway. It will now land.
Chi's still on his back.
Chi's still on his back. He will make 2 claw attacks at Raylan and 1 bite attack at Chi. So this is Raylan.
Oh.
19 slashing, 20 slashing. Bite attack at Chi. 23
23 hits.
for 23 piercing and 13 fire.
Chi is unconscious.
But he
We're
wouldn't-
dead.
He wouldn't have gotten those 3 tail attacks on Chi because Chi was only there for 1 round.
No,
No.
Chi wasn't there. But look where Chi is on the thing. Chi moved up and landed on him.
And then
So after Chi's
that,
done,
Leodell-
There's 1 tail attack, and then after Leah's attack, he does 1 tail attack, and after Max's attack, he does 1 tail attack, and then his turn
Okay.
comes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Balazar.
Damn it, we're dead. It's time to go.
Balazar is going to drop the. He's going to drop the Cube of Force, and he is going to polymorph himself into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
All right.
Nice.
Excellent.
Oh, and Krax would have finally gotten to use his Blessed Breath.
He would have.
DC 16 con save, which he'll probably make.
He has a
His-
plus 16 to con.
Yeah.
But still, is going to take half of
We'll move Balazar up here. There's T-Rex Balazar. So what's the damage he takes?
14 radiant.
I can't move T-Rex Balazar.
I know. I gotta get there. Hold on. There you go. Now you should have access to T-Rex. You said 14?
Yep, 14 radiant.
He's orange.
Ballysaurus Rex.
He would have.
Man, I love the visuals of this, by the way.
Dragon fighting a T-Rex?
He
That's
would
pretty sick.
move, He would move right there.
That it for you?
Don't lose concentration on that spell, man.
That is it.
Whatever you do, don't lose
Raylan?
concentration.
3rd level magic missile. 7, 9, 14, 16. And then I'm gonna run over here and dive into the water.
He's gonna shield it,
Fucker.
and he will take an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
14 slashing. Is that it for you?
Yep.
Sultan Klapikos.
I'm gonna take 2 attacks.
28 hits. Is that it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a death saving throw for Chi.
Oh my god, she better not die helping us.
That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Technically, I think she's drowning now.
Oh, well, you kind of float.
Would she still be on his back?
Leah? No, she would have definitely fallen off his back into the water somewhere.
I don't know. He's pretty big.
Cracks or Apollo's gonna need to go save Chi.
Cracks can't get closer to the
That's a good
dragon.
point. Apollo would, though.
Apollo would. And actually, at the Chi's turn, there you go.
Yeah, and it's
So he can move half his speed, dragging you.
Yeah, Apollo starts dragging Chi over to the.
Leah?
Leah will continue to try to shoot at this thing.
All right.
She's like, I'm the one that got us into this.
Its AC is like 27 now, so good luck.
Why is it say AC 27?
Because
It is shield up.
Shield. Yeah. There's always the chance you crit.
And then Leah is going to try to move. Not getting any closer to this thing, but so that it's not in the same area. As
The T-Rex fighting the dragon's gonna look really cool in our animated series.
Agreed.
Yes, it will.
Leah actually gets 40, so she's actually going to tuck in here and try to take a little cover.
All right. Is that it for her, Leah?
Yep.
For a legendary action, he will use his.
Have you been
melee
rolling?
attack.
Have you been rolling for his breath weapon?
Yep, only
Okay.
once so far.
Leah's still afraid.
So this is going to be T-Rex, Sultan Clapicos, and Water Elemental.
Alright, how much damage?
17 damage. And then I think Balosaurus Rex will have to make a Constitution save with a Concentration check. Yeah.
Yeah, concentration check.
So do I make that with the T-Rex's con or with my con?
T-Rex.
Yeah, T-Rex con, I believe.
That's pretty good.
15. We're good.
Nice.
So it would be
Easy.
DC what 8 or no
10.
10.
It's minimum.
Yeah, because it's
10.
not over 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if Leah's done, and now it's Max's turn.
Move up here and shoot it.
Come
With
on,
the roller.
Max! Bring it down! Yes!
Oh! We're gonna be so rich after we loot this
That's-
thing's horde.
31 force damage,
All right.
and then haste attack, which is a 30 because I have advantage,
Yes!
Yep, that does hit actually. Yeah.
Yes!
and that is 14. I will move back.
Bring it down!
Rex.
Brax will use his. Well, first of all, let's see if he gets his blessed breath back.
Actually, I'm gonna move all the way back over here around the corner.
He does!
Yes!
He does! So he's gonna breathe his blessed breath on him again. He can't fail that, but still, it's gonna take half of 6d8. Makes 13 radiant damage.
All right.
And we'll repeat the wisdom save. No.
Welly.
Yeah. If he gets his breath weapon back, somebody's gonna die.
He didn't. He rolled a 3.
Hundarth will look around, growl, and cast teleport.
Oh no.
Son of a bitch!
I can't counterspell it.
I will immediately run over and feed Chi a good berry.
All right.
Nice.
We have to find its horde before it comes back.
I mean, you guys know where the entrance to it is. She can show you exactly where the entrance to his lair is.
We need to short rest and fucking go.
Well, yeah, but then it would also get to
Then it gets to short rest.
Do you want to just go without short resting? We can do that.
I kind of do.
I'm fine. I'm full health.
We need to kill it, or at least get some of its money.
Do we know whether or not we could get there within an hour?
That was what I was just about to ask.
It would take you. Island's not that big, but it's semi-rugged terrain. Although you do have a couple of rangers with you. I would say it would take you an hour to get there.
So
Fuck.
we should short rest.
So he would get to short rest either way.
If he shorts rest, I don't think we can take him if he's short rested. Now
Well,
she's exhausted.
He's used a lot of spells though.
Yeah, but
And I'm not sure that he gets to heal all the way up.
he won't probably heal all the way up, but he's gonna heal enough that we're not gonna be able to bring him back down. We're a lot more hurt than he is.
But
He'll also be in his lair.
Yeah,
true.
he gets lair actions.
But if we short rest and then we go in, I think we could take him. At that point, the fear will have worn off. Will be nearly fully healed. She will have 2 points of exhaustion, but that just halves her ridiculous movement.
How long does the fear last?
1 minute.
1 minute.
But then
And I think you're immune to it for 24
We're immune to
hours.
it for 24
Yeah.
hours. So
Yeah,
now,
we can't be-
once we're
if you
fully
pass.
healed, yeah. Well, no, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
But after an hour, we
ends.
won't have the Sultan or the Water Elemental.
So hold on. Well, for the fear effect,
We can summon those
Marcus
again,
is
though.
right. You're only immune to it if you pass the save. If it just expires, you would not be immune to it were you to run into him again.
So we have to pass it within the first 10 rounds.
Correct. So those of you who passed it this combat would be immune to it.
How many
for
rounds
24
have we had?
Oh man.
We've
Um,
had 6.
There you go.
So everybody who hasn't passed it gets 4
Yep.
more
Roll
chances.
4 checks.
I can't pass it.
There it
Boom.
is.
Lee is good. Raylan literally can't pass it. And I think that's everybody. Oh, except for Rex.
No.
Krax is really intimidated by this boy.
Yeah.
If only protection of good and evil worked, I could unfear.
Yeah.
I think we just call this one a tie and we take off.
This feels very first fight with Strahd.
With Strahd?
Yes, it does.
I think this is a good time to go to Tentrix's fortress.
We
Sorry, Tyrant. We did what we could. Good luck.
Well, it's also
Hey, that dragon seems really mad for some reason. Not sure why. Anyways, we gotta go.
It's also 10:47, so we should probably think about.
Oh,
what
this
we
is where
wanna
we're
do.
where we're ending regardless.
Yeah,
Like
pick it
for
up
tonight.
next week, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we call it a loss, guys. This is too close for me to be comfortable.
If he didn't cast teleport, if he
We
tried
had
to
him, we
work-
had
if
him.
Yeah, we
See,
had
the
him.
real problem is we didn't have a bard in our group to seduce the dragon.
That's obviously it. Although I will say, Aaron, I love Balosaurus Rex. If he had a few
Yeah.
more hit points, I would have loved to have had him duke it out because that would have been freaking hilarious. But he's an ancient red dragon, and I'm trying to play him as viciously and connivingly and intelligently as possible.
So let me
He's pissed for sure.
let me check something.
Man, if that bronze dragon came to help us, he'd be fucked.
Totally.
I'm glad that he did not fight Balosaurus Rex
Because he would have dumpstered him first round and then stepped on Balazar.
I would have lost concentration on the third hit if he hit me 3 times,
And then the legendary action.
and then he would have killed me. Well, I go right after him though, so I could have polymorphed again, but oh man, nothing was going right. It seemed like.
I
I
could
don't
not
know. I
hit
thought we did
most of
pretty
my
good.
attacks until the end.
I thought that was really good. Like I said, there's no way he's going to walk into a trap.
Yeah, that's fair.
He was not going to go in the way you guys wanted him to. There's just no way.
I think we need to get back to our ship and get out of here.
And then he was
So-
only going to go inside
we're
that
gonna
cave
sail
when he.
faster than a ancient red dragon can chase us.
What? We gotta leave. What are we gonna do? Stay and fight him again?
Yeah,
Well, so
round
the-
2, bitch. Let's go.
the thing is, Jay has a point. If he decides to chase us, we cannot outrun him.
Plus, I mean, Leodell, as scared as she was during that whole thing, and Chi, for that matter, don't want to let this dragon just survive.
Well, and
That's the whole point of their
Guys,
order.
guys, we're gonna die. We need it. We need something else up our sleeve rather than just let's go fight him in his lair. If we're in his lair, he's gonna have lair actions, and legendary dragon lair actions are gonna be stupid.
Sure, we're not gonna go fight him in his lair unless we were to literally chase him down before he had a chance to heal.
So
Well, on
if
the
he
flip
didn't
side of
have
it-
a chance to heal, then he's still near death, and we just kill him right there.
On the
But-
Now, the flip side of it is he came out overconfident and arrogant and was forced to retreat because he felt that
he was about to
there was a
die.
possibility he would lose.
Yeah.
So, in what scenario would he ever say, if you want to come get me, you know where I am?
well, that's a fair point. But as soon as he knows where,
And we only have one more blow of that conch, and then it's gone forever.
what other magic items do we
That
have?
Marid came in clutch, by the way.
Yeah, he
It
did a
was-
couple times.
it was-
He's
it was
really
useful.
strong, and he has got 250 hit points or something, so he could
Yeah,
tank
he's-
a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
funny
he was-
that the dragon wasn't trying to hit the Marid.
It ignored him completely.
What if we said that we were willing to teleport with them?
No, that's not
No.
how it works.
That's not how that works.
It's not how that
Transport you and up to 8 willing creatures.
He just
Doesn't
decided to
say
take
he
two of
gets
you.
to choose.
If we're gonna go into his lair, we need at least a couple mid-tier NPCs or one really strong NPC to help us.
Callista.
Yeah, we need a Callista for sure.
I think if we
And
had
a hero's feast.
if we had Callista, he was probably dead.
You
He
level
was
up
so
from that
dead.
experience, right?
Hold on. Let me see.
If we do level up, that could be a game changer. Actually,
I mean, come on, we just survived an encounter with an ancient red dragon. That's
We
gotta be
didn't
enough XP to level
we
up.
didn't just survive; we won.
Yeah,
just didn't
technically
kill
we
it.
did. We made it run away. We are the victors here. Goddamn teleport.
Yeah, fuck teleport.
I know, everything keeps teleporting away from us.
I mean, you're fighting
I'm coming
intelligent
to the conclusion
creatures.
that Brian is a coward.
You're fighting intelligent creatures.
I think everything we're fighting is just smarter than us.
Yeah, I mean, you don't
Well,
live long
in
enough to
battle-
be an ancient red dragon by just fighting until you're dead.
Balazar is gonna need a super strong counter spell.
I mean, Leodel has an intelligence of 8.
I mean,
so
wait,
more
hang on. Hang
creatures
on.
are more
What's the
intelligent.
point of having a round 2 when he can teleport? He's just gonna teleport out when we do round 2 him.
Well, if I'm not forced into polymorphing myself, I can counterspell him. But I was forced into polymorphing myself, or I was gonna die.
Guys, I don't like our chat. I don't want to fight him in his lair.
We'll just leave.
I don't even think we can leave. We need a teleportation circle out.
Well, that's
fine.
true. We
Then
could
we'll
always
teleportation circle away and we'll
Come
send
back another day.
We'll send a message to the leader saying, hey,
You're all dead.
y'all need to leave.
They
You guys have
can't.
a-
They don't have any boats.
Take our boats. You need to leave.
Yeah, they're all dead. They're all dead for sure. There's no way our boats can fit that entire fucking city. Oh my god, we just murder. That whole city's gonna die because of us,
unless we stay and kill the dragon. Yeah.
and I don't think we can.
I'm at 100%. I'm ready to go.
Maybe we can get more people from the
Because
even dojo of the Ascendant Dragon to come here.
yeah, we need all hands on deck, man. Because even
Well-
if we fucking
I mean, they sent their
Beat
grand
him, he's-
champion. What else do you guys need?
even if we beat him, he's gonna yeah, and they got knocked out.
Hey,
Well, like I said, I can counterspell the teleport.
I know, but I don't like. Oh, we're fucked. I don't like it. We're so boned now. Why did we decide to fight an ancient? We need the vampire to help us. Calderas,
Calderas!
we need your help.
The guy you're looking for is in the ancient red dragon's lair.
He's in the ancient red dragon's belly. He's still alive, but we have to cut open the ancient red dragon to get him.
You know,
Counters.
the visuals of an ancient vampire fighting ancient red dragon are also very cool.
Yeah, agreed.
Um,
Maybe
We
we
could-
can
we could-
message Calderas and be like, "Is there a quest that we can do for you that would allow you to, or would be worth you coming to help us kill this thing?
We got really close.
Yeah, pretty
That's
close.
another thing is we could message the bronze dragon and say we almost killed it. If you had been there with us, we probably
Actually, we
would've.
might just need to tell that dragon, hey, this whole town's gonna get wiped out.
No, that's true.
And
that's a good
I wonder
point.
if there's a way for us to. Do we know if this dragon is the one that's been interrupting her shipments?
I don't think there is a way to know for sure.
Seems likely.
Well, did she say? Well, she said that he cost her money, but you would assume it's because he's basically stopped trade from going to this town. That's what she's referring to. I think the ship that went missing, you guys don't know what happened to that.
That was over by Tentrix's fortress.
Right, sort of in that neighborhood, and not close to it, but in and around there.
We nearly killed it. If you come kill it with us, your trade route will be open up again. Come on.
And also, if you don't come, this town's probably, and everyone in it is probably going to be destroyed.
Oh my god, we're never finishing this campaign. These side quests are gonna take us 80 sessions each. We're starting a war with an ancient red dragon as a side quest.
So, do we level up?
By the way, also a buffed ancient red dragon. Just it actually has its own specific stuff.
Yeah.
I also find it.
I've heard of what's his name? Hoorah?
Hoondarth.
I've heard of Hoondarth before. I know he's like a guy. He's like a legit dude.
So the funny thing is, I was kind of cracking up internally. Is you guys didn't really need to talk yourself into trying to do this, but the second you found out the vampire's name, you're like, oh shit, we better leave. Like.
Yeah, we're like, oh no, this guy, fuck this. This is too much for us. We need to go fight that ancient red dragon. We're very scared of Calderis.
PTSD, man.
It's the mind games from the first time around.
It's PTSD.
We're metagaming a little bit by being so scared of Calderis.
No, I mean I wasn't though. Like Leodel liked Calderis. Leodel was like, "Oh, you look nice."
Scary as fuck. I'll never get over that Vlad the Impaler Hall. Scared the fuck out of me.
Do we level up, Brian?
Yes, you do level up.
Yes.
Woo!
I will also say there has been one other NPC in this game who is a direct multiverse callback to previous campaigns that you guys totally missed.
Are you gonna tell us who it is?
If you don't pick it up on your own on the way, I will tell you at the end. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's something we need to add to our questions to the DM. Who was the multiverse NPC that we missed?
Five.
Does Chi level up?
No, she does not.
That's pretty good. I rolled a 5. Do I get another 5th level spell? Do I get to pick a new spell? I do get to pick a new spell. What could I pick that would fuck with a red dragon?
Right. Oh. Oh no, wait. We re-roll ones and twos. That's right. Yeah, that's more like it.
So not next week, but the following week, they rescheduled one of the kiddo soccer games to 6:15 on Saturday.
Lame.
So we can either skip a week or we can try to reschedule for Sunday if you guys are available Sunday.
I should be.
I always am.
So that would be, I'll put it in here. I have pinned in the channel for this schedule changes, so we can always reference it quickly.
I do get something spicy now. My 10th level ability is pretty spicy. I've got this. That'll be helpful.
Duke of Hell. You could potentially summon a Bone Devil.
Yep.
A chain devils are really strong too.
They are pretty strong, but a bone devil is really strong.
Sure. I mean, barb devils are
And I can only do it once a week.
like, they're okay. Good meat shields.
They are good meat shields. But the best part about bone devils is they have a 50% chance to summon another bone devil.
That's pretty funny. And they can fly.
Yeah, I could just have a fucking swarm of bone devils if I roll perfect.
No, I'm pretty sure it specifies that a summon can't summon another summon.
No, they super can. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, you're right. You're super right.
So I'm that almost I feel like would be up to DM ruling because if
It says they can't.
If
It
you're
says they can, yeah.
summoning the bone devil, then can the bone devil try to summon a bone?
I
devil?
don't think so. All right, guys. Well, it's pretty late. I'm gonna bounce. Brian,
Okay.
that was an excellent session. Very stressful.
That was a
Flew
good one.
by.